Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great to be here on a lovely Wednesday, somewhat rainy, but still very lovely here in New York City. It's a massive day here at Uncrowned HQ. We've got a fantastic show. I love Wednesdays, as you know, sort of like my Fridays, if you will. We've got On the Nose coming up. I haven't done an On the Nose in quite some time. arielhelwani.substack.com. If you want to get them in, we'll do that in about 30 minutes time. 4 fantastic guests to speak with today, 4 massive names, a little something for everyone on today's program, a little pro wrestling, a little sweet science, and a little mixed martial arts as well. So we got something for everyone. It's been an amazing week, from Ilia Topuria on Monday, Darren Till on Tuesday. Really a tremendous week here on the program. The week continues, of course, on Thursday. Boys in the Back Crack on Friday. You know, we do Inside Boxing as well. We also do Uncrowned Wrestling. The Uncrowned Wrestling Show is killing it. Our guy Solomonster putting out 3 episodes this week over the course of the last 3 or so days, and that's part of the reason why it's a big day here at the HQ. He's actually in the control room right now. There he is. The Solomonster is here. Oh my God, look at this guy. I was a little bit starstruck when I saw him earlier today. Absolutely smashing it. You wrestling fans will know him from his great YouTube channel, all the great things that he does, House of Glory as well, but he's been smashing it for us here with the Uncrowned Wrestling Show. New episode dropped yesterday. Check that out. All the WrestleMania stuff. So good. And the best theme song in the podcast business. Yes, look at everyone getting down. Absolutely love it. Okay, tremendous stuff. Also, Dan's last day on my particular show, so we salute Dan as well. We'll have a party for him later, so a very big day here. Let me get to the guests. I am looking forward to this show very much. Back into the show, Arman Tsarukyan is going to be joining us. Of course, he was busy this past weekend in Philadelphia, RAF. Everything going on, a lot going on since we last spoke. I know it wasn't that long ago, but there's actually a lot to talk to Arman about, including what Ilia Topuria said about him on this here program on Monday. So stay tuned for that. That's at 3:30 later. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Caroline Dubois. We spoke to Alicia Baumgartner about her on Tuesday of last week. Alicia told me she was the guppy, I'm the piranha in the ring on Friday. This is the fight that I want to see for Alicia. It's one of the biggest fights that can be made in women's boxing. 2 great personalities from different parts of the world. Alicia doesn't seem so interested. She called her a C-level fighter. Then Caroline called Alicia an E-level fighter. We'll talk to Caroline about all that and more. Obviously, her win over Terri Harper Easter Sunday as well. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by the monster, David Benavidez, who returns to action on May 2nd, moving up to cruiserweight to fight Gilberto Ramirez. Cinco de Mayo weekend, May 2nd. Las Vegas, tremendous stuff. What a big fight that is. So that is coming up at about 2:35. But first, my friends, it's always a very special day. It's always very exciting when we have a chance to speak to the limousine riding, jet plane flying, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, Mr. Often imitated, never duplicated, the living legend in many people's eyes, the greatest of all time, the 16-time world heavyweight champion, the nature boy, the pride of Charlotte, North Carolina, Ric Flair, joining us right here now off the top. Is he there? There he is. What a guy. Hello, Rick. How are you?
Hey, guys.
How's everything?
I'm great, man. Good.
It's great to talk to you, Rick. It's always an honor and a privilege to have you on the program. So much to get to with you as well. I know you were in Las Vegas for WrestleMania week. Were you at WrestleMania, Rick?
Yeah. No, I was... I watched all of it, of course. The only match that I missed was Roman's, but I had a function with Diplo at the Wynn, and I signed autographs for 3 days, and just had a wonderful time. It's a wonderful WrestleMania is a wonderful experience, and all the people involved, and I mean, I can't say enough good about it. To me, it was very entertaining. I understand there's a lot of people under fire about it, but I found it very entertaining. And I was very surprised by the outcome of the Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton match, but they had a hell of a match. And Roman Reigns did the most professional interview I've ever heard. I'm a big junkie on ESPN. He came across as a real athlete, a real gentleman. It was like, listen to Tom Brady.
I love that. Okay, so I love this breakdown, Rick, because as you just alluded to, there were some people, including myself, I'll be honest, who didn't love especially night one. I said that I felt like it felt soulless. It didn't feel like the big show that WrestleMania. I said that I felt it felt soulless, with all the ads, with all the commercial breaks, with the entrances cut short.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's the greatest WrestleMania I've ever seen. I'm just saying,
But your opinion means more than mine. So I'm curious about what you liked about it. You said you liked
it doesn't. My opinion just means that I'm older. When I'm older, you have a different opinion, different perspective.
I saw you mentioned that you really enjoyed the main event between the Saturday main event between Cody and Randy. Could you tell us from your perspective? You are an expert at this. You're one of the great. Why did you like this so much?
Oh, I just thought there were so many great moves, and they both are. Randy is technical as hell. Cody is technical. Two young guys. I mean, Randy's been in the business 20 years, but he's young. He's come back from a bad back injury, and I just thought they put on a tremendous show. I actually was surprised by the finish, but I don't have I love them both, and at the end of the day, as you know, my saying is, it's not who wins or loses. It's about who entertains the crowd the most.
Of course. Your amazing daughter, Charlotte, was in action. I want to mention to you that at WrestleMania 41 last year, her match against Tiffany Stratton lasted a little bit over 19 minutes. Her tag match that she was involved in lasted just about 8 minutes and 30 seconds. And that seemed to have been the theme of the weekend. The matches were a lot shorter. What did you think of her match and the fact that there were so many shorter matches this year?
Well, I didn't like her match at all. And I think that Ashley needs to be, and I know she enjoys her relationship with Alexa, but if Ashley is not in a title picture right now in my life, and as a spectator, and I meet a lot of people, a lot of athletes, I travel around the world, without her in a main event in a singles match, the match she had with Rhea Ripley last year or 2 years ago, they've never had a match like that ever in the history of women's wrestling. And Rhea can go as well. So I'm putting them both over. Rhea won the match, but there was no winner, no loser. That suplex off the second rope, the German, come on, please. Doesn't happen in real life.
There was an amazing video that has kind of gone viral of you, I believe, watching her on Friday night, and you got very emotional. This video right here, which I'm sure you've seen, you lived it. Yeah. Can you tell us what brought you to tears here? Why did you get so emotional in that moment watching your daughter walk out?
Because she has accomplished so much and has become, she's beyond great. And everybody wanted to say, oh, Ric Flair, Ric Flair, bullshit. She did it on her own. I have had very little to do. We talk about it. The only time we ever have an argument in life is when we talk about wrestling. And I'm just proud of her. And every time I get to see her, and if that entrance wasn't the greatest entrance of all time, tell me what was.
I'm curious about those friendly father-daughter arguments. Like, what do you guys debate? The matches, finishes, the state of the business? What do you guys, I mean, I think we would all love to be a fly on the wall listening to you two talk about the craft.
No, she just goes like she'll say, "You read the internet." I said, "So are you." You're all over it. And so am I. Why at 75 am I on the internet? I'm at 77. Really, I know who I am. I know what I've accomplished. I know what I've done. I feel like, and I do feel this way, that I should have a red carpet wherever I go. And I'm not afraid to tell you that. I didn't get invited to WrestleMania this year. I threatened to beat up Tiffany Stratton's husband last year. I wasn't allowed to go. A 24-year-old kid being threatened by a 76-year-old man, and I can't go to WrestleMania. Are you kidding me? That English kid, he's going to go as far in wrestling as a gnat. He'll be a fly on the wall in a year.
What happened there?
Well, they had that thing, where Tiffany made a smart remark about Ashley's divorces, which we both know she's not smart enough to have written. Somebody gave her a script. And then he implied that, I'm just going based on social media, once again, which there's a lot, that he was implying that he wouldn't bum one off Ashley. And I went, okay, I need your number. I got it, which I can get anybody's number I want any minute of any day. And I called him. I said, hey, when I see you, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. So he went like a little bitch, told Hunter, and I wasn't allowed to go.
So since then, there's...
He's going to really go far in the business. A 76-year-old man tells a 24-year-old kid is going to kick his ass. And where is he now? Is he even on the roster?
Is this Ludwig Kaiser?
Yeah, little punk.
He's actually in Mexico right now.
I'm sure he is. I hope he stays.
So since that interaction, you've been told to stay away?
No, but I just, I know this is sad to say, but because of the relationships I have with guys like Taker, who's real, Austin, who's real, and all this, if you were behind the lines, like, even though I'm not there, I know everything because I know everybody. There should be a red carpet for me, a red carpet to the front row. And that's how I feel about it. What my contributions to this business and the work that I put in, hours of trying to make wrestling something that it is today. And I got to have problems with politics. Give me a break. Come on. I mean, I'm not mad at anybody. I understand it's politics now. It's too much politics and not enough wrestling.
Did you ask to attend this past weekend?
No, but I asked, because Dennis Rodman called me and said, will you induct me in the Hall of Fame? And I sent to the powers that be, Dennis wants me to induct me. I never got a call back.
And in the end, I think it was Kevin Nash and Sean Waltman who did it.
Yes, and I'm very happy for Kevin and Sean.
But Dennis said he wanted you.
I never even got a call back.
Wow. Do you think that stems from the interaction with Ludwig from last year, or do you think there's a bigger issue here?
I think there's a lack of respect. And I think there are so many people under fire right now, they're all ducking and dodging.
Do you think it's coming from one person in particular, two people? Who do you think is dictating this?
I don't know. All I know is that It seems like people, they hate the fact that I'm so relevant. They hate the fact that I signed more autographs this weekend at Wrestling Con than anybody. They hate the fact I did a pool party with 3,000 beautiful women. With Diplo, you tell me.
Look at you up there, Rick.
Yeah,
Still got it.
What do they hate?
Look at that. And I did see, and this one kind of struck a chord because I love Roots of Fight. I did see you post a couple weeks ago that there's an issue there with your Roots of Fight gear.
They never called me.
For those that missed it, what's going on here and where does it stand?
I woke up this morning and find out because 10 people called me that Roots of Fight had to drop me. And then I got a very long extended text from Jesse saying, I apologize. They bought the company and I have nothing to do with it. Thank you. And that pissed me off. Not even a call. And sometimes I think, and I believe this in my heart, there are exclusions. There's some people that have done so much to help so many people and influence so many personalities that I could get cut a break. It's not a financial deal with it. You don't make a lot of money with the fight. It's prestige. It's Muhammad Ali, right? I mean, it's Ric Flair. It's I go down the list. And I was the number 2 seller behind Muhammad Ali. So why not just say, hey, Rick, we can't use you? A simple phone call.
Do you have any idea why they can't use you? Because I just saw Undertaker gear, Stone Cold gear, Rock gear. Why wouldn't Ric Flair's gear? That would make a lot of sense. Why wouldn't
they just put them on? Now they just add on who they want to. Not that those guys don't deserve it. Make no mistake. Taker, Steve, all those guys. But now the WWE wants to control everybody. Just does what they want to do. Those 3 guys I agree with. I agree with Punk. I agree with Brett. I mean, I try not to have any animosity with anybody, but how? Just be quite honest with you. How do you not have risk enough for me to call me? Say, I'm sorry, Rick, we can't do you anymore. That's what I call lack of respect.
How's your relationship with Triple H these days?
Well, it's good. I mean, we exchange pleasantries, but here's the deal with Triple H. He did so much for me. He did so much for me after Bischoff destroyed me. And when he brought me into the company, which he did, I think more than Vince did, we did Revolution, restored my confidence, because Bischoff had completely killed me. So I can't get mad at him. Our relationship, not the same, but he has a lot on his plate. It's running the WWE and being in charge of this and that and constantly being scrutinized. I mean, if I look at my page, I get nothing. I get punks like fucking Stevie, what's his name? Stevie Richards and Zeb Coulter, whatever his name is, or what's the guy's name?
Yes, with the big beard. He was with Jack Swagger.
Yeah.
The name is escaping me, but I know exactly who you're talking about.
For a guy that has suffered serious health problems, not as serious as mine, I would keep my mouth shut. Because if you don't have a legacy, you can't talk about a legacy. And he and Stevie Richards and that little jack-off, what's the kid's name that does the interviews for him? Oh, God. I call him the peanut shell. The guy that does the interviews for Zeb.
Zeb, by the way, is Dutch Mantel.
I know Dutch Mantel, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so
now I understand. I'll tell you a great story. I love it.
Please.
We're in Marietta, Georgia. And Lex Luger used to always speak of himself in the third person. And you look at Jack Mulligan, who was the agent, and he goes, why would a Lex Luger wrestle a, what's his real name again?
Dutch?
Dutch
Mantel.
And now I understand. Now I understand why Luger said it. Who in the fuck is Dutch Mantel? A fuzzball with serious health problems that should mind his own business. And Stevie Richards, my little finger is bigger than his neck.
So these guys are talking about you online, and it's getting to you and bothering you.
No, it doesn't bother me. I laugh at it. How could it bother me? Who are they? You got to be. I just talked to. I was just in Vegas, and I just talked to Donald Trump on the phone myself. Do I give a shit about those guys? They don't even have Donald's number.
What was the context there?
I can call Charles Barkley. I can call Shaq. I can call. Name somebody famous that I can. Mark Wahlberg. I mean, I can call anybody because I've earned their respect. Darius Rucker, Kid Rock, Snoop Dogg. I have all their numbers right here on speed dial. These guys don't know anything and don't know shit. But the only way they make a dime, and I'm sure it's a minimal amount of money, is by cracking on people that are successful. And the older you get, and the more successful you stay, and the more relevant you stay, the more jealous they get.
I thought, by the way, when you were listing all those names, I thought you were going to say Ariel Helwani too. You know, like Kid Rock, Donald Trump, Charles Barkley.
No, I doubt that.
I was waiting.
I think he's very relevant.
Yes, no, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'm just kidding, of course. Can I ask about the phone call with the president? What was that about?
No, you're like great. Did you realize that I thought you were the one that bought the company? You remember I saw you at Mania in Los Angeles, and I thought you were the guy that bought the company.
You thought I was Ari Emanuel?
Yeah.
I'm not quite there. I'm on my way, Rick. I'm on my way.
You walk out of the dressing room and I said, congratulations. You said, for what? For buying the company.
We're sort of on this.
What's his first name?
Ari.
Who's the president of that company?
It's Ariel, and Ari is short for it. Yeah. Same as me.
Yeah. Yeah, it was you.
Well,
in my mind, you still own it.
I appreciate that.
Can I go next year? Can you give me tickets next year, please?
I would do anything you want. You want to go to Saudi Arabia though? Are you interested in that?
No.
That's where Mania is.
I only go, you know the deal. 20,000 an hour, 2 hour minimum.
That's a good deal. That's a good rate right there. That's a good rate. How do we fix this, Rick?
It works.
How do we fix this? How do we get you? You need to be celebrated, as you said. The red carpet needs to be rolled out for you. How do we get you back in the good graces of everyone and treated with the respect that you deserve?
I don't think I'm in bad graces with any of the talent. I don't think I'm in bad graces with Hunter. But here's the deal. One of my favorite heels of all time, and I honestly believe, she is one of the top 10 heels in the history of the business, was Stephanie McMahon. I needed to be there. I needed to be there because I tell her all the time. And brother, when she wants to be a heel, she can be the biggest heel in the world. When she wants to be a babyface, she can be both. But believe me, Vince raised her to be tough, and I could tell you some personal stories involving us where I would ask Vince if she could leave the room, and he'd say no. I want her to hear what's going on.
Did you see her speech?
Yes.
Did you like it?
Yes. But I don't think it did her justice in terms of who she is. She's a phenomenal person, number one, a very caring person, number two. She can be the most insensitive bitch in the world, but in real life, she's not. She's a very loving, nice person.
Did you see when she mentioned her father, a lot of the fans were chanting? Did you see when she mentioned her father, a lot of the fans were chanting, "Thank you, Vince." And that seems to be a sentiment that's growing. Are you?
They should. They should all be thanking Vince. Everybody in the world that likes wrestling should be thanking Vince McMahon.
Have you talked to him in the recent months?
No, I'm not. I feel like there's so much going on that I would be wasting his time. He knows how I feel about him. He lent me 800 grand, and unlike what people portray, it was not for the IRS. It was to help me get through 3 divorces at one time. But the thing of it is, they hate hearing this. I paid him back every dime. When he called me and said, I can write this off, I paid him back because I didn't want to let him down. But they used that against me. When I would negotiate a contract, I'd go, Rick, that's old news. Well, it ain't old news. You know how hard it is to pay taxes on 800 grand in phantom income tax? In phantom income? It took me 5 years to get out of that hole. All because I paid him back. Took my WrestleMania check, gave it to me. I signed it and gave it back to him. He said, you don't have to do that. I said, I told you I'd pay you back. I'm paying you back.
How long ago was this?
After I wrestled Sean in 2008.
Okay. By the way, I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, I heard you and Arn Anderson kind of reconciled and are back friends. Is that accurate?
I didn't know we weren't ever friends.
Okay.
We just went different ways. Does that make sense?
Yes, of course. But I think a lot of people associate.
I got divorced, and we both now have suffered the loss of a son. And you know, how do you ever get over that? Yeah, I spoke with him there. Never went different ways. Arn, it to me is one of the most underrated performers in the history of the business.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the deal. When people go on these documentaries and say, oh God, without Ric Flair, there's no 4 horsemen. Okay. Or like Hulk said, it's called diminishing. Like if I left, they wouldn't be driving Mercedes. They'd be driving. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And that's got to hurt because it's not true. Arn was every big a part of the show with me all day long.
When you watch the product now, do you enjoy what you see?
I enjoy everything but what I see what they're doing with my daughter. Well, I take that back. I enjoy some of it.
Okay.
My problem is that I think they spend too much time trying to validate NXT, and nobody knows who anybody is. And even me, because I watch the shows so that I can communicate with my daughter on a semi-intelligent level without her calling me a dumbass, which she has no problem doing. But I don't know who half the people are. And it's you have to remember, when you train in NXT, you go work out with the same guys 3 days a week for a couple of years, and then you're asked to get into the ring, and you may have one shot or two at the most, especially when Vince was there, to prove who you are, what makes you different, and what you can bring to the table.
One of the products of NXT, Obafemi, has kind of stolen the show. Have you been impressed with him?
Is that the guy that beat Lesnar?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know him personally, but it's one of those things with me with that is I wonder if he could really beat Lesnar. Brock's a badass, brother. Don't you think about that when you watch that?
Of course, yeah. He's a big boy.
Doesn't matter how big a boy he is.
Sure.
Brock's a UFC champion. There's a big difference between being a big boy and winning the UFC.
Sure. He put him over well.
Lesnar, I can tell you right. Brock Lesnar, I'm sure he will. I haven't heard him interview yet, but I heard it's okay. But Brock Lesnar is one of the 3 greatest athletes in the history of the company since I've known it.
Wow. Who are the 3? Brock and?
You know, my daughter Ashley and Shawn Michaels.
Wow. Do you think Brock's really retired?
My daughter Ashley, at 5'11" and 150 pounds. You've seen the corkscrew moonsault, right?
Of course, yeah.
Who can do that? And she has understood what she's learned, which takes years sometimes, is to keep the work in the middle of the ring. When you're by the ropes, you can't do shit. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So you always need to work towards the center of the ring. And she's learned that. She's confident. She's a great heel, but they want her to be the good guy. I don't know why. Because does anybody dress like Ashley? And be honest.
No, I mean her outfits.
Is her robe second to none?
Yep.
She wears the most glamorous stuff. She's got the best figure. She stays in greatest shape. She can do 100 push-ups right now without taking a break.
Can I ask you back to Lesnar for a moment? Do you think he really has retired?
I don't know.
What do you
I
think?
feel like calling him, but I don't want to bother him.
Sure.
I think Rock is a very private person, and he's got that beautiful place in Canada where he raises beef and that. He's very happy with Sable. I don't know. He's got the money to retire. I just think because he's been such a competitive, great athlete that he'll sit home for a couple months and go, shit. Kind of like Ronda. Ronda's coming back.
Yeah.
Once you've done that at that level, it's very hard to walk away. I've never been able to walk away from wrestling. After 40 years, people say, oh, Ric Flair is out drinking every day. Ric Flair's doing it. Well, that's not the truth. I drink because I want to drink. I drink to maintain my sanity. I don't do cocaine. I don't do speed. Everybody's got a coping mechanism. I like to drink. But when I'm working, I don't drink. You never hear about me showing up working drinking. I just have fun. I'm 77. WTF.
Do you feel healthy?
Hell yeah, man. Hey, I just did 500 free squats this morning.
Wow. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, I can still go.
There was a rumor of some like Rock and Roll Express reunion match or something like that involving you. Was there any truth to that?
I said it in joking.
Okay.
I said, after my last match, which was terrible because I had a heart attack. You know that, right?
In the match?
I had a heart attack during that match with Lethal and Jarrett.
I didn't realize you had it in the match.
I had it, yeah, I passed out twice. And so when I got back, I went to the heart doctor and he said, you had a heart attack. I said, it didn't hurt. They don't always hurt. So now I take medicine because only one half of my heart is pumping. And he's got me on a new medication. But I mean, if something happens to me tomorrow, the one thing I've done right is my estate planning is perfect. My intellectual property to be the man, all that bullshit is worth millions. And I got a lot of money in the bank. And I'm happy. And I have a world of friends. How many people at 77 have a world of friends? Doctors, lawyers. I have two girls that work for me, Sandra and Kaylee. I call them the East Coast, West Coast connection. They take tremendous care of me. And like I just, it never ceases. I just got another gig to go to Canada for 3 days for a lot of money. So I'm happy as can be. I'm happier when I'm working, but I don't mind the time off. This weekend, I'm going to ride my boat. I'm home for the weekend. I'm going to ride my boat for 3 straight days. I got a $300,000 boat I've been on 4 times in the last year. The weather's been so bad.
You know, everyone has a Ric Flair memory, a favorite moment, a favorite
That Ric Flair story, I know. It's like, ask me.
I'm curious, how do you want to be remembered, Rick? What do you want your legacy to be?
Well, my legacy. I got asked that the other day when I was doing this show with Giannis. I just wanted people to think that I gave my life to the business. I made sacrifices. I made bad decisions, a lot of them with women, but I sacrificed my life, my body. And as an example, from 83 to 85, I had 17 days off.
Wow.
That's wrestling an hour every day. One time I turned into my accountant that I wrestled 425 times. He goes, Rick, what are you, smoking weed? I said, no, twice on Saturday, twice on Sunday, twice on Wednesday. I wrestled Ricky Morton 9-hour draws in 1 week, 2 on Saturday and 2 on Sunday. I wrestled Ricky Steamboat 8-hour Broadways and 190-minute Broadway.
Golly.
Yeah, I've done it all. I wrestled Bruiser Brody 175 times for an hour each time. The kids today couldn't even get in the ring with him. He'd squash them like a grape. The only guy I could think of in the company that could hang at Brody would be Lesnar. Bruiser was 6'6", 290, 300 pounds. Brother, he was a bad man. Ask The Undertaker.
Just for fun sometimes, do you ever sit back and pull up some of those old matches to watch, reminisce?
I never look at that. I swear to God. This was a very arrogant thing to say. I didn't ever look at the match because I knew how good it was. No, all I can say to you is that if they're talking about a trilogy of matches with me and Steamboat 40 years later, we must have done something right.
You mentioned Undertaker. He's doing big things in Mexico with AAA. He's getting a lot of praise for his booking. Have you been looking at what he's doing, paying attention to that?
Yeah. If they let go of Hunter and Taker is physically able to do it, he should be the next head of talent, head of a creative.
Wow. But you don't think Hunter should leave, though, right? You don't think Hunter should leave?
No. But
you're saying he's the next in line.
No, I'm saying if something happens with Hunter.
Got you.
Because, God, he has some very serious health issues as well. You know that, right?
Yes.
Nothing's guaranteed. That's why people say to me, why do you go so hard? Why do you work out? Why do you drink? Why do you stay out all night in Las Vegas? Because tomorrow's not guaranteed. What else? What else have I got to left? Okay, let me ask you a question. If I died today, what would you say about me tomorrow?
Me personally?
About my career?
Yes. Well, first of all, I'd just like to say, God forbid, when we talk about those things.
No.
I hope you live to 120.
Leave that out.
Okay. I would say you are, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the greatest professional wrestlers of all time. In many people's eyes, the greatest professional wrestlers of all time. I also will correct myself and say that you are a 21-time world champion, not a 16-time world champion.
Which is true.
Yes, so I apologize.
You got to pay, but they force you to play by their guidelines. They weren't in Santo Domingo fighting Jack Benango. They weren't in Trinidad fighting Brody and Victor Zavica. They weren't in New Zealand fighting Harley Race when Harley goes to me. Ariel, did you ever know Harley, Ariel?
I did not, unfortunately.
So Harley goes, and let me tell you something right now. If you locked Harley Race and the big black guy from yesterday, or whatever his name is, and Brock Lesnar in a cage, and said nothing but first man out, you know what it'd be?
Harley.
Harley will bite your nose, your ear, take your tonsils out, and your eye. And I've seen him do all three. Not tonsils, but
yeah.
He was fearless. He loved being the world champion. You could not walk into a bar with Harley without him starting a fight. I go, let's just drink beer. Let's chase girls. Let's have fun. I want to play pool. Hey, hold my chair, kid. I'll be right back. He'd walk over to a fucking pool table at Billy Bob's in Fort Worth. There's 10 people standing there. He'd pick up a cue, chalk it up, knock everybody else's quarter off the fucking table, put his table on and say, I'm next. Problem. I swear to God. We had to fight the whole SMU football team together one night.
I love these memories. Can I ask, when you think back, what was your favorite stretch of your career? Year, 2 year, what era, what chapter? When you think back, when were you the happiest?
Oh, the 80s. The 80s. I didn't, Ariel, I didn't go to bed in the 80s. I'm not sure I've slept yet. Brother, we were the Beatles, man. The four horsemen coming to town. Ladies and gentlemen, the Marriott Hotel tonight. 18 to 28, no boyfriends, no husbands. LFG.
What a legend. There's that.
Yeah, no kidding. That fucking, I've lost 4 Rolexes hanging out with Undertaker, that son of a bitch.
What do you mean? What do you mean? The Undertaker? Why?
Because I used to get drunk with him, and then, what's the name? Kurt Hennig and roofing me, and I
What?
woke up one I woke up one night in Baltimore with two girls. My wallet was gone, my rental gone. So I'm married, right? So I'm gonna go. I say, okay, girls, what the fuck? Where's my shit? Oh, you threw your Rolex in a bowl of spaghetti last night at Sabatino's. Said you had 13 of them. Well, what am I gonna do? Call the cops? I'm married, you know. I mean, like.
Well, why'd you said Kurt Hennig roofied you?
Yeah. He roofied me on the plane ride from hell too, brother. Hey, and Ariel,
Yes.
you can find enough money. I'll tell you the whole story
Golly.
about those people. I got it all. Those girls that sued me, if I had a decent lawyer back then, shit. But I had lost my memory after being sick and all that, you know. But hey, can I just say something? You can't take four beautiful women, which they were, on a 7-day tour with 25 wrestlers. Sorry. It just doesn't stack up.
Speaking of which, the cannabis company, I think there's a lawsuit pending as well. Where does that stand?
What's that?
You know, I think there was a cannabis company that you were a part of, and I think that you, Mike Tyson.
Yeah, they owe me and Mike $12 million.
Where does that stand?
It stands with one guy having federal, both under federal investigation. One guy indicted by the grand jury, but what does that mean? My end of it would be $5 million. Mike's would be mine would be 4. Mike's would be 6.
Okay.
No, mine would be 4. Mike would be 8.
You know, in that tweet when you talked about roots.
Somebody write me because it's tax free. If I got $5 million tomorrow, Ariel, I would fly to you, pick you up in a private jet, take you to where in Colombia you live? Take you to Mary Jean in Colombia. We'd never come back.
What? Well, what would happen there? I've never been on a private jet before. Could you believe that?
Well, I have many times.
Yes, I know.
If you don't know about Mary Jane?
What? No, I don't.
You don't. How do I explain it? Well, Google it.
Well, I've heard of it.
Lots of women and lots of fun.
Yeah. You know that.
I'll pick you up, brother. We'll go.
What a time.
Are you married?
I am.
Are you married?
Yes.
Well, just tell you what. You sing to your wife as you walk out the door. Did he ever return? No, he never returned. And his fate is still unknown. He took off with the Nature Boy to Colombia. And they've yet to be returned.
Oh my gosh. This is incredible.
Hey,
yes.
who's the most entertaining motherfucker you've ever seen your show?
You're the best. I don't want to say goodbye. You know that famous Wilt Chamberlain 10,000 number?
Wilt?
Wilt the Stilt.
I blew by him and I was 39.
What? 39. You're double now.
Well, hey, I can't listen. The one thing I want to make clear to you, they weren't all 10s. There was a couple of heavyweights along the way, but it was in a small town.
Just a couple, right? Just a couple.
Yeah, I don't remember their names. I don't want them to remember mine.
Rick, what a life. What a life. You're blessed.
Oh, you have no idea. No idea.
This trip to Colombia sounds fantastic.
Let's go. Let's do it. I'll book it.
That would be something. Can I ask? You did.
Where you live? Where are you in Hawaii now?
No, we're in New York City.
Where are you living now?
New York City.
I'll come pick you up.
Good memories in New York. I'm sure you've had some great memories here.
I may take you. I may take you. I may take you without the 4 million.
Wow.
We'll do a live podcast from down there.
Oh, you just enjoy my company so much.
You're a gentleman.
I appreciate that. Can I ask you?
And you know what I like about you?
Tell me.
No. Why podcasts like this with you are because you actually understand and know the business. So many of these jackoffs, and I got to keep going back to what's his name? Stevie Richards. Jesus Christ. Wrestling legend. When they say that shit, or what's his name again? I keep drawing. It draws a blank. It's so. The guy's been in such bad health. I call him GoFundMe. You know what I'm talking about.
Dutch
guy
Mantel.
with the mustache.
Dutch Mantel.
Dutch, yeah. I actually like Dutch Mantel, but he just, if you have any notoriety and you're approximately the same age, they're jealous and they always want to find a way to crack on you. And I didn't go on a rant. I just said, here's the deal. Nobody called me. I'm the only wrestler that did a 30 for 30, still rank in the top 25. A documentary, Emmy nominated, right? Now, I should have won, but I lost to the dream team, so I lost to 5 people, right? Yep. I mean, what more can I do for the business? I text Taker the other day because he had his 60th birthday, and I said, thank you so much for bringing me back to life at WrestleMania 18. And he said, thank you. It's not everybody in the world that has an opportunity to wrestle with the GOAT at WrestleMania. That's coming from Mark Calloway.
Yeah.
One of the 2 or 3 biggest players in the history of the business. In my experience. I wrestled Buddy Rogers. I wrestled Lou Thez. I wrestled Pat O'Connor. I wrestled Bruiser Brody, Dick the Bruiser. I've named them all. There's nobody I haven't wrestled. And I've wrestled guys that can't tie their shoes for an hour trying to hold them up. For years. Try doing 9-hour Broadways in a week and being sane. And then Ricky Morton show up naked with a girl in my robe at 3 a.m. Hello.
Wow. The memories. You did mention in that tweet when you talked about Route to Fight, you mentioned Tony Khan and you gave him thanks. Can I ask your opinion of Tony and AEW right now?
Well, I don't follow as closely as I should. When I meant thanks to Tony Khan, he would call me. He would say, Rick, we bought Route to Fight. We can't use you. Tony Khan is one of the greatest people I've ever met in my life. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised because he has the money to do it if he doesn't buy WWE one day. The Khan family's got more money than God. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm. They're very wealthy, yes.
That $9 billion price on the WWE is nothing to Shad Khan. But more than that, Tony's provided an opportunity for guys that would never get a chance to work anywhere else because the WWE is a very difficult, very selective organization. And Tony has offered all these opportunities, and he pays the guys good. And all he cares about is making a product and making sure his people are happy. He's a very personable guy.
Have you ever seen this MJF character on his show? I think he's tremendous.
Yeah, I do too. I love him too.
Great heel, right?
Yeah.
Old school in a way. He reminds me of one of the guys that you were going up against in the 80s. Roddy
Yeah.
Piper-esque.
No, he's very good. And he had a little bit of an ego problem, but he's calmed that down now.
Okay.
When I see him, it's like, hey, Mr. Flair and shit like that. You know what I mean? He used to blow by me like I was just, but it's a whole different world. And I'm very, very, very proud of his success, as I am all the guys there. They have a lot of great talent there.
Good for the business to have other places, right? You were WCW, you were NWA, WWE's doing their thing. It's good to have other places for the boys.
Yes.
Well, this has been phenomenal. Do you feel like
Thank you.
Do you feel like we've gotten everything?
Everything.
I mean,
If you think of something else, call me tomorrow, brother. I'm ready to go.
well, you're a gentleman. I appreciate that very much. In my my people.
Hey, and you are a very knowledgeable, respectful gentleman that I appreciate to have the opportunity to be on your program.
That means the world to me.
Yeah.
Rick, I want to wish you the best to you and your family, your daughter, everyone.
Thank you.
Nothing but good health and happiness. And
Thank you.
I'll reiterate what I said at the top. You do deserve that red carpet, and I hope that you get that, and I hope that you get that love and respect, and I hope you know that there are millions upon millions of people out there. Maybe you don't feel it from one particular entity, but please know that there are millions and millions of people out there that love and respect you.
I don't think about it.
I get that.
I'm not sitting here going,
I get
I'm
that.
sitting here right now with a beautiful girl from Colombia that works for me, that does everything in the world, a beautiful woman with 3 children that works for me. It's because I have no technical skills at all, set this up. And I have friends. Friends are everything. When you get my age, I got 78 texts on my birthday at 77. Who gets that?
You deserve that. You deserve that.
I appreciate you. And keep in mind that I think the world of you, and I respect the fact that you have the wisdom and knowledge to talk about the business intelligently. And I want everybody to know I got no hard feelings. I don't need to have them. I'm who I am. I've tried. I certainly have failed at marriage. I've failed at being a good father at times, but only because of my travel, my schedule, and and they've all come to realize that. And I am the father of 2 of the most beautiful daughters in the world. One of them is the greatest woman wrestler that ever lived and will be forever.
God bless you, Rick. All the best. Thank you so much for this. Take care. We'll talk to you soon.
Ariel,
Yes, sir.
here's to you, brother.
Thank you.
Woo!
Wow. The great Ric Flair. Take care. There he is, the nature boy. Golly. Could you imagine? WrestleMania 18, that match that he was talking about regarding the match between him and The Undertaker. I was in the 4th to last row of the Skydome, WrestleMania 18, in Toronto, 2002. Imagine telling that kid in 2002, junior year of Syracuse, showed up to the WrestleMania fan access, trying to take pictures with everyone with my disposable camera. That some 24, 25 years later, the Nature Boy would give me a here's to ya and a woo. I mean, come on. What a life. And as he acknowledges, there have been mishaps, well documented, some probably not as well. All kinds of, I mean, this man has lived 15 lives. But I do think that he's one of the greatest ever. I don't really think that's a hot take. I mean, everyone has him on their top 5, Mount Rushmore, whatever you want to say. And I would love to see him in the best of graces with WWE, with AEW, with any professional wrestling organization out there. He should be at a Hall of Fame. He should be in the front row. He should be celebrated. There aren't many Ric Flairs left, especially at his age. And yeah, he should feel that. I know he says he doesn't care. He should feel that. No doubt about it. Still to come, Caroline Dubois, David Benavidez, and we'll end the day with Arman Tsarukyan. Went a little longer with Ric Flair because he's freaking Ric Flair. But let's get to some questions. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time. It's time for I'll tell you what. Rick comes and picks me up in New York en route to Medellin. We're going to Dublin because could you imagine Ric Flair, Pete Carroll, and I in Medellin, Colombia? I don't know who would be the last man standing there, but I feel like that would be a time. I'd probably be the first to drive.
Ears perked up.
Could you imagine?
Start mentioning these private jets.
Could you imagine?
No. I think you can learn a thing or two from Ric Flair. I certainly have over the last 40 minutes or so. That was absolutely riveting.
What a guy, right? What a guy.
All good. Yeah, you guys enjoy that.
It's never duplicated.
Me and Connor will be right here.
No, we'll go fuck ourselves.
No.
It's
all good. No.
Here's what I will do. I would pay $100 USD for a pay-per-view of a Helwani, Pete Carroll, Ric Flair drink-off in Medellin, Colombia. I'd pay $100.
I think he just beat the shit out of me after about half an hour. He just say,
I don't know who would last longer, Pete or Rick.
Rick. There is no competition.
Yeah, I don't.
would not be
it's
able.
fucking 2 p.m, and he put down 3 drinks during that interview.
I will never, for as long as I live, Ariel, here's to ya. Woo!
That was probably a Flair spirit as well.
Oh yes, shout out.
Rick is minus 1,000 to be the last man standing for sure.
Holy, I mean, GC, you're a Georgia guy. That's Ric freaking Flair. Ric Flair walks down the streets of Georgia. They stop, right?
Ric Flair walks down the streets of anywhere in the States, he's getting mobbed.
It is amazing. But I feel like that's Ric Flair country. The South.
Yeah,
Georgia.
I mean, where did he say he was for that story?
Marietta.
Just outside of Atlanta.
So good.
Incredible.
God, those days. The 80s, man. God. You look up like some of those videos of the promos and the things that he was wearing. Oh, my God. What a legend.
I'm interested to see what Dick the Bruiser wore.
Oh, no. Did he say Dick the... No, Bruiser Brody.
Is Dick the Bruiser a person?
At one stage.
Bruiser Brody is... There's some stories about Bruiser Brody. He was legitimate, like, madman. That's the thing. They say this about those guys back in the 80s. Like, they were legit tough guys. Haku, they say he was, like, the toughest.
Rick said Harley Race is...
Harley Race. He'll take your tonsils out.
Tonsils out your fucking throat.
Live surgery.
Except for the tonsils.
He's biting your nose off. I believe it.
Send Oba.
Yeah.
Send Brock and Harley Race in the cage, and Rick's...
send Dick the
Harley's
Bruiser,
taking
too.
the tonsils.
Dick the Bruiser
Sounds like you could do it in all match.
Also, underrated thing about Rick, he does the Tony Ferguson thing with his tweets and his text.
The title case.
First letter of every word is capitalized. I don't know how. And it's not like he's doing it because he'll reply within seconds. First letter of every word. Look, I woke up this morning to find out that I'm no longer... I don't know how you do that.
I wonder if you can set it on your keyboard?
Yeah, it's got... I mean... Oh, you mean on your phone?
Yeah, like your phone keyboard.
Yeah,
well, otherwise it just feels like it's too much work to...
It's unbelievable.
do it.
Does that feel like a shout when you receive a message from that? Because you know the block caps feels like a shout.
No.
Remember
This
the block cap
feels like
texts back in the day? Like,
this feels like prestige.
yeah.
This feels like respect. God, Ric Flair, man. Ric freaking Flair. The dirtiest player in the game. You guys learned about Ric Flair over in Dublin, right? Like, you know who he is, yes?
Oh, yeah.
I'm still trying to process this on the fly. I got to be honest. Okay, let's get to some questions. That was unbelievable. Holy smokes. Okay, here we go. Okay, here's Steve Buscemi. Tin hat on. Gable was slated to fight Black Beast at the White House from the jump. It was the fight Dana was referring to when saying there is one more that may be added. They were going to announce it on the broadcast, but wanted to wait to see if something spectacular happened with Hokit. Lo and behold, Hokit has the most entertaining fight of the year, and they decide to ride that wave and pair him with the Black Beast instead of... No, it's not true. I will say this. There was once a time where Gable was sort of penciled in, but then I think they came to the realization, International Fight Week, it's going to be big. That's a different type of stage. So this scenario was never really a thing. It makes sense. And I don't think that we're that far away from a fight like that, but that wasn't really a thing. Frank, this is from Shake Turkey. You must add Darren Till. They're all tasty, tasty guys to the drops. When referring to fights ahead of him, he served it on a silver platter. I'm not sure if we...
Keep my fucking name out your mouth.
There was another great one from yesterday, I thought.
I give a shit, so give us a fucking answer, Baldy.
Yeah. Jesus.
Great.
I thought that was a good one. Darren Till, fine form yesterday on the program. What do you think of Darren, PT?
He was in fine fettle. He was.
Fine fettle. I haven't heard that one.
Yeah. 30 million for the kitchen scrap.
Yeah. There it is.
Pretty face though, right? That's the thing with Darren. Very pretty boy. And
wow.
Those old knuckles could do a serious amount of damage. That's all I'm thinking.
I thought it was a layup when they announced that he had signed with BKFC. Oh, we're going to finally get the Mike Perry fight. And now I feel like we may never get it. It's going to be the...
Mike doesn't sound...
Well, it seems like he's kind of going in a different direction at the moment. If he beats Nate Diaz on May 16th, why would he go back to BKFC unless they, back up the Brinks truck for him?
But you don't feel...
Trains passing the night.
I was thinking about this yesterday. Do you not feel like BKFC is best for Mike Perry and Mike Perry is best for BKFC? Like, that feels like the right match, no?
100%. But if he beats Nate Diaz, A, MVP may want him around, and B, UFC may want him back. Right?
But couldn't UFC have gotten him back nearly any time? Like,
I feel like his stock will be, if he, let's just say if, I'm not saying this, if he like really F's up Nate Diaz.
He has a great performance
on Netflix. His stock is going to be at an all-time high. It's one thing to do that on Netflix. It's another to do what he was doing on DAZN or on BKFC.tv. Do you know what I mean?
I would ask, is returning to the UFC the best thing for Mike Perry at this point?
When maybe he doesn't want it,
when he's a man who could get some from here, some from
maybe,
here.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't want it.
But that's sure. The money is going to be, you'd imagine, very good on MVP. The way people are talking, like, do the UFC want to entertain those kind of figures?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You'd imagine Perry's not going to want to play ball for anything less than that.
Yeah, no, I think he'll have all the options in the world, and so yeah, maybe Darren Till seems to think that he's. Yeah, he said he's getting... No. He said he's getting a lot of money, an insane amount of money. So that's good money for him. He's happy with that money. I don't think Darren wanted to go this route. I think, as he said, he couldn't refuse the money. So maybe they'll do the same with Mike Perry and finally make that fight. It would be a shame by the time it's all said and done if those two guys don't fight each other.
Who is Till going to fight?
They announced him versus Aaron Chalmers.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I did see this.
Do you remember?
He announced him versus Aaron Chalmers.
Yeah. He announced it on the program. He was a little skittish about that. I mean, Aaron Chalmers is fine, but he's not at the level of someone that we want to see Darren Till fight. But I think it's a fine intro into the world of BKFC. But we want to see Darren. Like, Darren feels to me like he's in a good place mentally, good place physically to a degree. He talked about the knee, but he's not really, using that as much when he's doing stand-up fighting. I want to see him fight top guys. Like, he's fighting Anthony Taylor. He's fighting Luke Rockhold towards the end of his career. He's fighting Aaron Chalmers. Like, I want to see him tested. Anyway, here's Triple Double who says, I'm disappointed in Rogan. Surely this is going to be a political question. After DC head kick KO, he made it a point to no longer interview fighters after they had been knocked out. Why was he in there in Yuri's face, asking him complex questions after he was just completely unconscious 2 minutes prior. Here's the thing, guys. Oftentimes in those situations, and this wasn't a political question in the end, there's someone in your ear saying, go interview. Like, he's not just going rogue. Now, he might have gone rogue, and maybe that was up to him, but I don't know. I really don't know. You'd have to ask him that question.
Doesn't it also just feel like a case-by-case type of thing?
Yes.
Like, you really have to kind of feel that out. Mm-hmm. Obviously, if the person's taking 3 minutes to get up, maybe you let them have some time. Yes. But, like, Yuri gave the same answer that he then gave later. Like, I don't feel like that was like an unfair interview or compromise, or he wasn't in the right headspace. I wanted to hear from Yuri in that moment. And Joe Rogan and the broadcast truck did too. So
I didn't think it was.
I don't have a big problem with it.
And it's not like Yuri's stance has changed dramatically.
It's exactly the same.
Yeah. So here's Craters who says, "What's the status of iPad Boy's phone ownership, Ariel?" Well, he's referring to my son, who's about to turn 14 next week, next Thursday to be exact. And I do have some breaking news. I do feel comfortable saying this because I know he doesn't listen to the program, but a phone has been acquired and it will be given to him on his birthday next week. So that's a pretty big day. And I'll be honest, when I called them up and ordered it, I felt awful. I feel like he can hold on a little bit longer. Ultimately, if you're wondering, parents out there, he has a school trip coming up out of the country this summer and within the U.S. later this year, June. And I feel like every other kid has a phone and it would be good to be able to communicate with him. How are you doing? Is everything okay? So that ultimately ended up coinciding with his birthday. So now the rule is like 14th birthday. The other two siblings seem to think that they're going to get it before. This is a case for the daughter seems to get what she wants a little bit earlier, especially the youngest one. But he's been holding on. He's been holding on, and I feel like he could hold on a little bit longer. And I feel like I'm ending his childhood when I give him this. He's growing up. There's no doubt about it. It's a wild thing. Asking me to shave his whiskers, putting on cologne and deodorant. It's a wild thing. Being a father of a teenager. I mean, just this morning, I said, "Hey guys, you know those kids that go crazy after the Knicks games outside Madison Square Garden?" I did a video like saying, "This is awful. Like real Knicks fans don't like this." They're like, "What?" Show them the video. No, we love those kids. We love those guys. It's like, wow, I'm really out of touch. I really am the old man screaming at the clouds.
It's a great point.
Yeah, those kids have. My kids have put me in my place. They do it all the time. I was like, "Walter, come over here. NBA on NBC intro's about to start. Knicks playoff game. Ain't no one cares. Walter, come over here. Brock Lesnar's retiring. Bruh, ain't nobody care about Brock Lesnar." I'm like, what? What are you talking about? They know everything. Playing those video games. Californication here, guys. With all the space travel recently and discussion of the moon landing, I would love to hear a discussion and where you all land on the moon landing stance. No pun. Have people landed on the moon? Yes. Do you believe there is fishy activity going on? I'm not much of a cynic and a conspiracy theorist, but I'll tell you who is. Do we trust that they are telling us? Cue Californication, Frank, he writes. Frank, did we land on the moon?
For sure. Wait. Back in 69? Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, how many actual moon landings have there been?
Oh, 7?
Okay, do you think any of them have been fake?
No.
Okay, so why back in 69 do you say?
Because it sounded like they were asking if Artemis 2 landed on
No,
the moon.
I don't think anyone thinks that. They flew to the moon, right? Or past the moon?
Right, so then, why are they saying with all this moon landing talk, there hasn't been a moon landing since the 70s?
Why is that, by the way?
That's
because
the
they're
goal.
planning on one.
Yeah, that's the goal of
that
Artemis
hasn't happened
missions.
yet. So again, I remain that they are mincing words trying to catch me in a...
Just curious, with all the technology now, with the advancements, why haven't we landed on the moon?
No joke, I think people downplay just how significant the Saturn V rocket was, the one that's sitting outside the Sam Houston Space Center in Houston. It was not an easy thing to build. It took an entire industry, and it wasn't until private companies actually started upping their rocketry that were able to even do it.
Okay. So
60 years later, Frank, it's for real.
Yeah.
I just feel like it would be a lot easier these days, no?
You would feel that way, but with not enough money going to basic research, we got to wait for the private sector to pony up the cash.
What does Artemis cost? Like that last mission, what does that cost them? Soup to nuts.
Billions.
Billions?
Oh, yeah.
Golly.
I mean, they sent 4 people literally around the moon and back.
Amazing photos.
Let's see, how much did Artemis cost? $90 billion.
God. And,
90.
And who's footing that bill?
NASA.
And who's paying NASA?
The U.S. government.
But they also put
I thought it was
sponsorships
Bezos.
and stuff on the spaceships.
Bezos is SpaceX.
Right. No, wait.
No, that's Musk.
That's Musk.
That's Elon Musk.
Damn it.
No, it's aesthetic.
Here's Kendra L. who says, Ariel, curious on why you referred to Nate as the true BMF, saying that he was the original BMF. Wouldn't that be Jorge? Nate got slaughtered. Also, seconds later, you referred to Francis as the true BMF as he walked out to take the stage. I did not say that. I'm sure you heard from Jorge after that presser. No. Okay, well, first of all, Nate is the true BMF, and I see triple-double underneath saying disingenuous. Let me remind all of you, back in August of 2019, Nathan Diaz fights a guy named Anthony Pettis. He gets on the microphone with Joe Rogan and says, now with this belt, I am going to defend it against Jorge Masvidal. So all you noobs out there seem to think that the first BMF title fight was Nate versus Jorge. No. That's just when the UFC hitched its wagon to the BMF title. In that moment, he declares that he just successfully defended that title and he's now going to defend it against Jorge Masvidal. So if you don't think that he is the originator and the founder of the BMF title, I don't know what to tell you. Just because they actually made a physical title and they made it all glitzy, the black with the gloves and all that, doesn't mean that's when it started. The best part about the BMF belt is that Nate thought about it, just sort of talked about it, like we all knew about it, which we didn't, and said, yep, I just defended it and now I'm going to defend it. And I maintain to this day, there should have never actually been a physical belt. It should have been like the street title, so to speak. And I thought that they corporatized it. Nevertheless, Nate is 1,000% the originator and the very first, because no one ever said those words, BMF champion or anything like that. No one even uttered that phrase before him. And I never said that about Francis. What I said about Francis was he's the lineal MMA heavyweight champion. And I see some people rolling their eyes at that. But what is recognized as the heavyweight title in MMA? It's the UFC heavyweight title. For better or worse, it's the UFC heavyweight title. That's what's recognized as the heavyweight title. And if you understand lineage, and if you understand the line, the time that Francis held the belt, he beat Cyril Gane, he never lost. He never lost. And so he continued, he fought Renan Ferreira, he didn't lose, he won that fight. That was his next fight after Cyril Gane. So if you're actually looking at the lineage of that belt, now, is this like do I acknowledge that this is like a sort of like nerdy, dorky MMA thing, super fan, whatever you want to call me? Yeah, sure. But actually, I enjoy that stuff. I like looking at the lineage. So in fact, if you look at the lineage of the BMF title, let's do this together, guys. Jorge has the belt. He beats Nate. He then fights Kamaru Usman. Kamaru Usman then loses to Leon Edwards, who then loses to Bilal Muhammad, who then loses to Jack Della, who then loses to Islam. In many respects, Islam Makhachev is the lineal BMF champion, which actually legitimizes the BMF belt more so than anything that they've ever done. Because what have I always said about the BMF belt? It makes no sense to be in the same weight class as an actual badass champion and say, no, I'm the BMF. Because to me, the guy who is the champion or the gal is the BMF. And Islam is the number one pound for pound fighter in the world. That to me is the very definition of a BMF. I never even actually thought about who holds the lineal BMF title. It actually makes perfect sense that it's Islam. I love this. He should claim that. Anyone disagree?
Whether he should claim it?
He's pound for pound number 1, and he's got the longest winning streak active right now.
He is the BMF lineal champion. And so I never said that Francis was the BMF champion. I never said that. I think you're confusing it with lineal. And I maintain that he's the lineal heavyweight champion. What's this? Californication GC. How did you get tied up into Eric's 5,689th bad take? I'm with Ariel on this and would love to hear Pete weigh in to see if it's a 3-1. The boys are 2-2 on the stances. That guy filming John Jones was 100% instigating and wanted Jones to assault him. He had every intention of riling him up and knew exactly who he was. He would have been so happy to have gotten one finger laid on him by Jones. He's not scared because it's not in a ring, excuse me. He would have taken a shove or a few blows and been paid out immensely. The trade-off is worth it. Also, GC needs to chill with calling it flicking off. Haha, no one says that.
No one says that?
Fuck no, man. Fuck Connor.
Getting flicked off? Also, like,
This is
I don't understand how this is like a bad take from Rick. He saw John Jones in his blacked out truck, instigated him on the road to then get him out of the car, to then film him to try to have John Jones attack him.
Yeah, it just...
That's what happened?
I mean, I think everyone has a different interpretation of it. I don't know if there's a good take, a bad take. It's more us just sort of weighing in on it, but... Of all the takes,
nice one, bud.
Of all the takes to go
Good
after
job. Good
Rick
shit,
on,
man.
this is not the one.
Yeah,
this is not the one.
Nice one, bud.
That was great. That was
Did
great.
well.
That was great. What
Remember
does
when
it
I asked if
mean
we should have a
to
moderator? Like, I
flick
feel like
someone
this is like the
off?
case for.
Here it is on. This is just via Google. To flick someone off is to show someone the middle finger, a vulgar hand gesture expressing contempt, anger, or disrespect.
I also say flick them off.
Yeah, no one has ever said that. What does he say? Flipped off? He probably says
Flick,
cursing
flip,
as well.
who cares?
don't care.
Sick Rick. Rick, the people want to know, what is your movie of the year so far?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Oh!
Now, do you guys want my favorite of the year so far, or do you want
literally
the
asked
That's what he asked for. That's what he asked for.
He just said, what is your movie?
I really enjoyed Undertone. Undertone was my movie of the year.
What?
So far.
Who's in that?
It was
Who's
for
in that?
me.
Who's in that?
Nobody of note. It was a horror movie.
Who's seen that? Anyone else?
Andy.
Andy has seen it.
And
Dan.
She's giving a thumbs up.
she's giving a thumbs up. Dan's giving a thumbs. Okay.
Yeah, Dan also loved it.
I bought tickets for it.
And
I would say Project Hail Mary was one of the better movies I've seen this year. Probably one of the front runners.
Okay.
I don't think I've seen the movie yet this year that's going to be like the Oscar winner. It will probably come later this year.
Speaking of movies, anyone see yesterday Josh Allen come out at the Sabres game?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, is that not cinema? Did you not see that, Rick?
I didn't see it.
Pizzi, did you not see it?
Didn't see it, man.
I saw it.
Connor, you saw it? Come on.
Yeah, it was good.
No. Sabres are playing game 2.
Yeah.
And they say, and now for our celebrity, like, drum banger, they say, let's go, Buffalo. And they do the slow reveal. Please welcome Josh Allen. Place goes, brah! Greatest pop you've ever heard. He comes out. Can we get that, Dan?
This is like the Sixers where they hit the gong?
No. This is so much better. And then,
is.
this is so much better. And then what is the payoff?
I'm worried
What
we
is-
might get dinged. Let's get the official NHL broadcast.
No.
it's not
No, everyone cell phoned it. And then he freaking back pockets a beer, chugs it.
Oh shit.
Yo, it was.
Better than cash.
Beer is
if
a
you
nice
ask me.
move.
I
Beer's a
watched
nice
it
move.
15 times.
Did the Sabres win?
Frank, no, they didn't, unfortunately.
Not.
Neither did the Habs. Frank, you used the same joke on me yesterday, all right? Don't recycle your jokes. Because I did ask you, did you see Josh Allen? Because I know you and Tracy, he's better than Cash at it.
Wait, this happened yesterday or when?
Literally last night.
He's better than Cash?
Yeah, with the beer. He's so political, Frank.
Oh, Cash Patel.
drinking the
That's
beer.
like the third Patel reference I've
Yeah.
gotten out of Frank
I have
today.
no idea who that is.
I don't know. The
Rick, who Cash
director of the
Patel is?
FBI. Director of the FBI. drinking the beer.
This is exactly what Rick said earlier.
Why do people know who the director of the FBI is?
Because he's out there drinking with the
pretty
men's
prominent.
hockey team in the locker room.
Oh.
So it's relevant.
Well, also, he's now suing someone who reported that he's
The Atlantic.
he's drinking on the job. They're
Serious
saying.
Frank's going to be next.
Yeah. All right. Well, maybe we could show that. Hey, speaking of which, Luke says, "Hi, Ariel. Can you please comment your opinions on the current president's insistence on threatening the sovereignty of Canada? I think it's very important that we hear your position on it." Well, and then here's Irish Lad. Is this Pizzi who says Ariel is such a closet Trump fan? And then Chris says, "Dog, come on." I mean, I think it's absolute lunacy. What do you think I think about it? Canada will never be the 51st state. It's insane to suggest that they will be. It's insane to me to see these sorts of feelings towards Canada from the president of the United States. Obviously, politics, this and that, they're not always going to align. There's a Republican president and a Democratic prime minister, and there's a Republican prime minister. Yeah, okay, they're not going to align, but Canada's fucking Canada, man. What are you talking about? It's It's this true north, strong and free. They have the greatest relationship of any two countries who border each other. They've never been at odds, never had any type of conflict. Amazing trade partners. The tariffs have hurt a lot of businesses. No, I don't like any of it. I don't. I want it all to end. And actually, it bums me out. I'll just say, like, when I was working on the Olympics, I'm surrounded by a lot of Canadians, true blue Canadians, and to hear their feelings towards the country because of the sentiment put out by the president was very disheartening. It was very disheartening. And I feel a kinship towards America and the United States. And Canada. I've now lived in the United States longer than I ever lived in Canada, but I still am very proud of both nations and consider myself Canadian and American. I have kids who are American and Canadian, wife Canadian American. I love both countries, and to see any of this stuff is awful. So I don't know. Like, did Luke expect me to say otherwise? I doubt it. Canada should definitely be left alone. It's an incredible country. I don't agree with all the things going on there right now, but I will always love it and always be proud to be Canadian and always support the country and the Olympic teams and the World Cup teams. Can't wait for this summer. If it's Canada versus U.S. in the World Cup, I'm rooting for Canada. If it's Canada versus U.S. in the gold medal game, I'm rooting for Canada for sure. And I don't think that Canada's position in the world should ever change. It should remain sovereign for forever, from now until eternity. Here's the Josh Allen video. Tell me this isn't one of the greatest pieces of film. No, we have to hear it. We have to hear it. Listen to the pop. Listen to the pop. Wait. Go to the beginning when they introduce him. No. I don't want to shortchange Josh. Start from the beginning. This is very important. 3, 2. PT, look at this. Look at this. Oh, come on. Is that not the man that's bringing Lombardi to Western New York? Come on. That's stone cold Josh Allen. How good was that, PT? How good? Fantastic. I know you love that. Unbelievable.
Maybe should we get Ric Flair to swing by Buffalo?
I can pick up Josh as well. He's busy with the new baby. Josh is the freaking coolest. I got to tell you, man, I got a problem on my hands. I'm feeling more love for the Sabres than the Habs right now.
There we go.
I love everything that I'm seeing out of Buffalo. I want only the best for the good people of Buffalo. The 7-1-6.
What sport do they play?
That's hockey. Playoffs have been phenomenal. Habs lost in the
yesterday,
in overtime yesterday. What's that? Yeah, yesterday was tough. But, you expect that. Bruins are good. What about that Spurs-Blazers game? Anyone watch that? Wemby smashing his head on the hardwood. Anyone see that?
Is he injured?
Oh, yeah. Concussion.
Fuck.
You didn't see the fall?
No.
His head bounced off the floor. Awful stuff.
I watched the Jail Blazers documentary there.
What'd you think? I haven't seen it yet. On Netflix, I've seen...
Really good.
Oh, good. Okay. Has anyone seen the Hogan doc?
I never knew about these guys. No, it's out today, though. I'm going to get something. I did see about 45 minutes of it during the WrestleMania broadcast.
Sure.
Really good stuff.
Playoffs have been great. Sixers winning last night. Lakers going up 2-0. I've been loving it.
Embiid is going to be back for the next game, the next series, or is he out for?
I don't know.
He's always
hard to miss. I mean, VJ Edgecombe was amazing yesterday. 30-something points.
Yeah.
What height is he?
What? What'd you say?
What height is Edgecombe?
Oh, I'm shocked that you even know who he is. He's a shooting guard, maxi point guard.
Stoudemire is 5'10". I'm just wondering comparatively.
Oh, Damon, Mighty Mouse.
Yeah,
Look at you with the '90s Blazers references.
6'4".
Golly.
What? Wow.
Yeah, Jailblazers were incredible in the '90s. Rasheed Wallace, Bonzi Wells.
They're all in it. Like Rasheed Wallace giving it the old "what's going on." Very proud of his rap sheet. That man, fair play.
Here's the Wemby fall. We have a photo of the Wemby fall. Straight onto the dome. Bad. Left.
Bigger they are.
Concussion protocol and all. Okay, a couple more questions here. Matt Chiwiwi says, hello, Ariel and gang. Happy National Earth Day with the expectation of the MVP MMA card being a success. By the way, saw this morning the open workouts are going to be Wednesday of fight week at the Venice Beach basketball courts. What a scene that's going to be.
Yeah, that's sick.
Frankie, we pulling up or what?
Damn straight we are.
Venice Beach basketball courts? That's a great spot for an open workout. Incredible. Anyway, this man says, who can you see being on the next card? Are there any more free agents or fighters who could become available soon that come to mind? Oh my, hard to say. Honestly, hard to know if there is going to be a next card. It has to be a success. And how often are they going to do them? All that stuff and more. Oh, here's a fun one. Big Money says, hello, Ariel. Regarding your recent reconciliation tour, Colby, Rhonda, Gina, Kevin Holland. I mean, we've been on quite the run. James Tahuna. Who do you consider the final boss of Mended Fences to be?
Come on. We know.
Give me a fucking break.
I'm too hungover to deal with these people tonight.
I think it would probably be him, yes.
It has to be.
Yes.
That's fucking illegal.
Nightmares from the Bottom. Ariel in true form baiting Till into divulging his upcoming fight opponent. Ariel's smiling inside when I mean, come on. Come on now. What are we talking about? Lon Don says, do we think Arman's side quests have done enough to punch his ticket for the next shot at lightweight gold? Yes, I do think that Arman should be next. I have to say, I thought that it was very interesting. PT, we haven't heard your thoughts on this. We talked about it a little bit in the aftermath. When asking Ilya about some of his foes, Patty.
Oh, yes.
Who else was there? Connor, this, that. The one that fired him up the most was Arman by far, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see people talking about it. Like Ilya is a competitor. There's no doubt that he wants to fight this guy, I think. And it's a really captivating matchup. Too much respect for Gaethje, right? Like you could tell he's nearly like trying to compel us to be on board with that. I like the fight. I think it's going to be very one way, but I do enjoy the matchup for him. But Arman is obviously the fight.
That's the one.
I was wondering the flight thing. I was like, is this going to play more into the we can't trust this guy? But look, it's part of his essence, I suppose.
His appeal, his je ne sais quoi.
He's a badass.
It's taken us this long to get a blind ranking, but we finally got one from Brett from Nebraska. GC, please blind rank these 5 most annoying types of sports fans. Okay, please assume it is a big game, a playoff game, etc. Guy who is too drunk.
4.
Guy who won't stop explaining the game incorrectly to you.
That would be 2. That would be incredibly annoying.
Guy who not only refuses to stand, but gets mad at you for standing in big moments.
Yeah. In person, that's the fucking... I'll go 3, because I got to save that number 1 slot.
Guy wearing the jersey of a team with no connection to the game. You do that.
No.
Yeah, you showed up to a Rangers game wearing a Thrashers jersey.
I mean, that's a little bit different. I got to represent the hometown.
Oh, okay,
team,
sure.
Like you got to do that. I'll go 5.
Helwani, a.k.a. guy crying when losing, gloats endlessly if they are winning. Wow.
I saved the 1, but I have to put it.
Wow.
In actuality, the guy that tells you to sit down at a game.
That is annoying.
Come on, bro.
That is annoying. Look, if it's happening incessantly...
We're talking about a big game. He said playoffs, things like that. You got to be up and down.
It's annoying when you start thinking about it, right? Like I'll do sometimes like the half. Like I want to get up, but I know this guy's mad at me.
Yeah,
it's annoying. Yeah, that is annoying. P.S. Helwani, Rick was right as always. The real finals will happen in the West. Go OKC. Shout out to Knicks legend Isaiah Robbie. Yeah, he smoked us when we went to that game last night.
Right as always.
Brett, a big Helwani Show fan now. He's just left the boys in the back in the dust, man.
Yeah, he doesn't even talk to us.
He used to be a regular for us.
He's referencing you guys.
A reference, but
He's on the right side of history, at least,
There's a question here from Breeding Out of the Blaine. Hello, is it time for Rick to give out the bit about how he never gets sick? At least 2 times a year, he sounds like death on the air. Is this one of the times, by the way?
What?
Just stay home, maybe?
You do have a bit of a throat on you, Rick. I'm not going to lie to you. It sounds like
I mean, a throat on you.
Right now? Now?
He sounds like he needs...
Yes.
He sounds like
this
he
is
needs
probably the worst. This is the worst you've sounded all week.
No, he sounds better than Monday. Monday,
Really?
he sounded like he was on his deathbed.
All I hear is
This has to be a Frank thing.
Need to get those tonsils out, baby. Harley race job.
Harley Race. I'll dig him up. And
On Monday, he was sitting here next to him, and it was just like, beep.
Here's also, can we either get a video version of the show on Spotify finally, or can you at least explain what you are showing when you say, look at this?
Wow.
Well, all right. I mean, Frank?
Has Frank not got around to that yet?
Yeah.
For the last time, this is not my decision.
It was a 2025 job, to be honest.
Bay asks, love the fence mending tour. Speaking of which, any issues with Gan? I did think at the time, but I don't think Gan would have taken too kindly to your reaction, and he and Coach haven't been on since. Which reaction? Reaction to what? I never called him a cheater or anything like that. But no, I don't think that they are big fans of mine at the moment. But you know, as we've shown, the door is always open, and the mending fences tour continues. Oh, this is fun. Mean Tangerine. Since Italy isn't in the World Cup, I need Pizzi to please blind rank the following iconic pasta dishes: fettuccine Alfredo.
That's 5.
Spaghetti bolognese.
4.
Penne alla vodka.
That's really nice, actually.
That is nice.
I'm gonna go for 2.
Linguine vongole. I don't know what linguine vongole is.
I don't know what vongole is. 3. What the heck? What is vongole? Italian.
Oh, clams, garlic, things of that nature. They're all Italian.
3.
Stuffed cannelloni.
Ah, fucking thank God. 1.
Yeah. Oh, that's your favorite? Wow.
Yeah. It's like a millionaire's lasagna, I like to think of it as.
Okay, I've never heard of it described as that, but I get it. All right. Okay, we'll take a break from the questions. Perhaps Pizzi can join us after the Arman interview as we tackle through the rest of them. For now, though, very excited to talk to our next guest in, 10 days' time. That's it, creeping up on us. Cinco de Mayo weekend over in Las Vegas. He'll be moving up to cruiserweight to fight the unified champion up there. He is a 2-division champion, one of the best fighters in the world, the monster they call him. He's going up against Gilberto Ramirez, a massive fight for Cinco de Mayo weekend in Las Vegas. He's the one and only David Benavidez, who's kind enough to join us right here and now to talk about this massive fight. Hello, David. How are you?
Doing good, my brother. Thank you for having me back on again.
Oh my gosh, a pleasure as always. And quite frankly, I can't wait for this fight. I love this fight, and I feel like it's crept up on us. It's happened so quickly that we're finally here. Benavidez, Zerto, what a massive, massive fight. I feel, and I don't know how you'll take this, I feel like this fight should be talked about more, should be getting more buzz, love, and attention. Do you agree? Do you feel like it's being slept on?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit slept on, but I think there's still a lot of people really interested in this fight. You know, I'm very excited for this fight. It's a big opportunity for me, and not only is it a big opportunity, it's my first time fighting on Cinco de Mayo weekend. So everything is, I feel like everything is coming along really good, and I'm just very happy, bro. I've been on weight since like last week. This is like uncharted territory for me. I've never had a training camp where there's been no weight cut. So I'm just very happy, man. I'm very excited. And you know what they say, a happy fighter is a dangerous fighter.
So you were rolling at light heavyweight. Ultimately, why did you make the move to move up now?
Just because I was first in line to fight Dimitri Bivol for all the undisputed titles. Unfortunately, that didn't happen for some reason. I think Bivol was hurt. He's barely about to have his comeback fight, I think 2 weeks after my fight. So for me, man, I think I've been trying to show that I've been wanting to make the biggest fights happen. I've made some big fights happen. Some other big fights haven't happened, not because of me, but because of other people. And I said, instead of just taking a regular, title defense at light heavyweight, let me challenge myself and let me go up and contend for 2 titles. And that's how we landed with this fight with Gilberto Ramirez.
That's the thing and I think many fans love and respect about you is that you continue to chase those fights, those big-time fights, those big-time tests, and sometimes they don't materialize. Obviously, we've talked a million times about the Canelo fight, and it felt like the next one was the Bivol fight, and now here he is fighting 2 weeks after your fight, and it kind of leaves a bit of a sour taste in the mouth because it's like, hey, the schedule's aligned here. Why didn't that happen? And so in your opinion, what's the real reason why that fight isn't happening in May?
Well, because Bivol, all my respects to him, and I don't want to make him seem like he's scared or nothing, but he knows what it is when it comes to David Benavidez. He's seen me up close and personal. And I've seen him up close and personal as well. He's a great fighter. You know, we have some great sparring sessions, but he knows I'm not coming to play. He knows that when David Benavidez steps in that ring, all those belts are leaving with David Benavidez. So I think he knew the danger and the severity of this fight. So I feel like that's why he took a tune-up fight first. And, you know, I mean, I respect Dimitri Bivol. He's a great fighter, you know, but he's definitely going to have to come see me after this fight.
Okay, so you say after this fight, I'm assuming you believe in your heart that you're going to win. If you look fantastic, feel fantastic at cruiserweight on May 2nd, are you going to move back down?
Yes. Yeah. My plan is, like I said, my plan wasn't just to abandon the light heavyweight division. My plan was come up, grab 2 titles, come back down, and make this fight with me and Bivol even bigger. That's exactly what I want to do. You know, that my dream is to become a unified champion. So I'm already there. You know, my foot is already there, basically at the finish line. So it's smart for me to come back down. And you know, obviously a lot of people are worried about the weight, this and that. But like I tell everybody, don't worry about that. Let me worry about that. You know what I mean? And you know, I'm just trying to give you guys the best fights possible, the best fights out there. And then after that fight, when I capture the titles, I'm going and I'm fighting Beterbiev. So I'm just trying to give the biggest and best fights happen to the fans. And, you know, I mean, for me and my legacy, this is really what I feel like I have to do. Nobody tells me I have to come back down. Nobody else tells me I have to go fight Gilberto Ramirez. Nobody tells me I have to fight Beterbiev. But I want to do it for myself because I know the fans of boxing deserve it.
Golly, that's the one, by the way. That's the one that, like, I feel it in my bones. You versus Beterbiev. That's the one that I feel like would be the car crash, and it would be so much fun to watch. Of those, like, those 3 guys, right? Zurdo right now, Bivol, Beterbiev, which is the one that gets you the most excited? The idea of fighting that guy?
To be honest with you, the one that gets me the most excited is probably Beterbiev because, you know, it's just 2 monsters coming at a collision course. And that's what people want to see at the end of the day. You know, I feel like I have a lot of respect for all those men, but, you know, Beterbiev has been the boogeyman for a long, long, long time. So for me being the monster, I got to go in there and take the boogeyman out.
This idea of fighting at cruiserweight and people saying that they're worried about the weight and whatnot, lest we forget, you once walked around at around 250 or so pounds, right? So do you feel like that old sort of big kid in you is coming out here? Do you have to curb your tendencies and appetite and whatnot because you were once, you know, quite big?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, a little bit, but not too much. You know what I mean? I feel like that's more in the beginning than the training camp. Right now, when I lock in, you know, I don't even want to look at any sugary stuff or any of that stuff. And plus, that stuff, once you get used to eating clean, that stuff makes your stomach hurt. So right now, I'm not even thinking about none of that stuff. Right now, I'm just thinking about this fight and this victory, man. I'm very excited for this. And then whatever comes after is going to come.
This fight and the idea of you moving up and fighting Zurdo, was that an idea that you guys chased? Did they come to you? How did it actually all come about?
No, so the thing about what I want to make really clear to everybody is that how I'm taking control of my career right now and picking all these fights, I've been doing that for the past 5 fights. I'm the one who called out Caleb Plant. I'm the one who called out Morel. I'm the one who called out Andre. I'm the one who called out Zurdo. I'm the one that called out these people. You know what I mean? I kind of put my matchmaker's hat on. And I go and talk to everybody and see if there's an opportunity to make these fights. I was in talks with Oscar for like 2 years. Since Gervonta Davis and Ryan Garcia, that's the first time I sat down with Oscar. And we were talking about Gilberto Ramirez because he went up to cruiserweight, and I said, you know, that would be a great fight. He went and won 2 more belts, and he made this fight even bigger. So, you know, I said it would be a good idea for us to make this fight happen. And like I said, you know, every fighter, no matter what promotion company they're in, if you guys are interested in making a fight happen, you guys can make the fight happen. You guys just have to both teams have to come to an agreement. But you know what I mean? The fights can be made happen. So, you know, like I said, I took things upon my own hands. You know, I talked to all the promotion companies. I talked to my promotion company. I talked to Golden Boy, and we made this fight happen.
So the one name we haven't mentioned yet, and we have to mention him when talking about the cruiserweights, is Jai Opetaia. There's a debate who's the best cruiserweight in the world. Zurdo, Jai are the obvious 2 choices. Who do you consider the best cruiserweight right now?
To be honest with you, they're both champions, so they're both great fighters. obviously they have different styles. Some of them, Zurdo and Jai, they do different things. But those guys, they're the supreme beings at cruiserweight, in my opinion. They're both really good, and I feel like I'm a little disappointed though because Jai Obataia, he's in Zuffa, and we don't know how that situation is going. You know what I mean? So we kind of had everything set. If once we get past through the Ramirez, we were going to be able to make that fight happen in the future. So I don't think that fight is completely taken off, but I think it's just put back like 1 or 2 years. You know what I mean? But those two fighters at that cruiserweight division are the best fighters, Suda Ramirez and Jai Opetaia.
Do you think because Jai has signed with Zuffa and everything going on there, do you think that will preclude him from fighting you? Because in my mind, you win in emphatic fashion, which obviously it could happen on May 2nd. That's going to be the one that people are going to start calling for. Yeah,
for sure. And I definitely do think it's gonna put it back a couple days. You know what I mean? Or not a couple days, for a bit. But that definitely is the biggest fight. And like I said, once you want to make a fight happen bad enough, you can make it happen. But we just have to kind of sit back and see what this Zuffa thing gets to, and or how they're able to manage their fighters, because they have a lot of good fighters on their stable, but they've made it very clear that they don't want to mess with WBC, IBF, WBO, or WBA. So that's a roadblock there, but it could be fixed.
Yeah, I'm curious, what do you think of their product so far and everything that they're doing? There's some big changes that could come about. In fact, they were testifying in the Senate today. Oscar was there as well about this Muhammad Ali Revival Act that they're calling, about the changes and whatnot. What do you think about everything Zuffa has done over the past few months?
Yeah, I've seen that they're in the Supreme Court. And, big shout out to Oscar De La Hoya. He's really out there advocating for our fighters. That Muhammad Ali Act is in place for a good reason. If the boxers, they don't know that act and what it protects, I suggest that you do your research and see what it protects. Because once that is taken away, it's going to be free game, and not everybody's going to be getting, it's not going to be fair no more. You know what I mean? So what I do have to say about Zuffa is that they've been putting on some good fights, some great fights, actually. I don't really mind the fights that they've been putting it on. But I don't give them too much heat, because at the end of the day, the fighters that they have, they probably didn't, not all of the fighters, but some of the fighters didn't have opportunity to fight for a belt or to even get any fights in PBC, DAZN, or, any other company. If a new promotion company comes and gives fighters opportunities for them to feed their family, I have no problem with that. But, but this changing of the Muhammad Ali Act, it's very concerning. But, at the end of the day, to each their own. That's why every fighter has to have their own personal lawyer. Every fighter has to look at the contracts and all that stuff. So you guys need to be educated when you guys go out there and sign the contracts.
You mentioned this being your first time fighting on Cinco de Mayo weekend. You're proud of your Mexican heritage, as is Zurdo. What does this mean to you, getting this opportunity? The best have fought on this particular weekend. For you to now get that shot, prime time, the fight in Las Vegas, what does it mean to you?
Yeah, it definitely means the world to me. I've been putting in work for 27 years. I've been professional 13 years. My first time I won a world title, I was 20 years old. I'm 29 years old now. I'm facing Suda Ramirez for 2 more titles, and it couldn't have happened on a better day. Cinco de Mayo. And also we're making history, because this is the first time there's going to be a Mexican championship fight with 2 Mexicans on Cinco de Mayo in the cruiserweight division. So it's a big deal for me, and I think this is where this is the time of my life, my career, where I finally pass that threshold to get through that and become the face of boxing.
Oh man, so that's how you're viewing this. This is that moment. This is the new the beginning of that new chapter in your career.
Yeah, this is exactly how I'm seeing it. And you could, just by me talking about this, you could see how motivated I am. And I put everything into this. And what also guarantees me that I'm gonna have a great performance is, bro, I've been on weight since like last week, not even trying to get on weight. So
wow.
Already a weight cut, is a weight cut. It takes some out of you, but like when you don't have to deal with the weight cut, I'm going to have all that extra energy that I usually put in to make to the weight cut. I'm going to have it I'm just going to be able to reserve it and just use it into the fight. So now I'm very excited for this fight. I'm also going to be bringing, I think this is the first time since James Toney that there's going to be so much, this amount of speed in the fight, because I'm one of the fastest fighters in boxing today. So I'm gonna bring some great speed, some great power, great body shots, and just all around a great display of boxing.
Can't wait. Curious, your last fight was in Riyadh. Riyadh season, Turkey, ring, are they involved in this fight in any way, shape, or form?
I don't think so. I think it's just PBC and DAZN.
Okay.
But we've and Golden Boy. I'm sorry, Golden Boy.
Of course.
But I would love to go back to Saudi Arabia and fight there one day. Again, they treated me really good. Turkey Al-Sheikh treated me really good. But at the end of the day, I feel like my market is here in the U.S. and this is a good thing for me that these dates they opened up because now I really get to fight on May 5th or September 14th. And cater to the fans here. First, I want to take care of the fans here and bring the great fights here because you guys have supported me in the United States my whole career. So I feel like we have to bring the biggest and best fights here first before we take them anywhere else.
I saw a video of you, I think it was some kind of stream training, and Ryan Garcia was there as well. How long ago was all of this where Ryan was at your training camp?
This was a couple months ago. So that was like 2 months ago, actually.
Okay.
He had invited me to his training camp first before he fought Mario Barrios. And, we got along really good. He's a great dude. He's a nice person. Everybody in his team is great. And it's something special when you get two great champions and you get them in the ring, or in the gym. At the end of the day, we're doing what we love. So, we get to, give each other ideas. He gives me an idea. I give him an idea. And then we just continue to work together. You know what I mean? So it was a great experience. Great atmosphere to work with another great champion. Ryan Garcia is not the only champion I've worked with. I've worked with other champions too. So I'm just very grateful to have this opportunity to work with other great champions because at the end of the day, this is where I wanted to be in my life. I wanted to be around other great champions and be a great champion myself. So everything is coming into fruition. I feel like I'm exactly where I have to be in my life at this moment.
I did see an interaction between your brother and Ryan where it seemed like your brother felt disrespected by some things. Did that get cleared up?
Yeah, I got cleared up. My brother's a hothead. I mean, he's an intimidator too. But they had their little problem. But it's just a misunderstanding. But they came together like men. They squashed the beef. If there was ever any beef, and yeah, we all got along after. So yeah, everything is cool.
He had the arm around the neck there. That's and he's not someone to be messed with.
Yeah, no, my brother's a tough guy, bro. He's a very intense guy. But I think it was just like a misunderstanding that my brother had with Ryan or however it was. I really didn't pay attention. I really didn't care. I just seen him argue. I'm like, what the heck is going on? But but other than that, we got straight back to work, and we had a good day.
You've also trained you mentioned training with champions. You've trained with Bivol in the past, right?
Yeah, I sparred him. I didn't train with him. I sparred him a lot.
A lot? How many times?
I sparred him a lot. So the thing about when I was coming up, we lived in Los Angeles. At that point, from I think, 2015 to like 2020, all the champions were there. And at my weight class too. Gilberto Ramirez was there, Bivol was there, the Bully was there. A whole bunch of great fighters were there. So I would work with every single one of them. If you were a champion or a top prospect, I was working with you and I was getting the better of you. And that's a fact. But Bivol, he's a great fighter. He's a sharp fighter. He's a great right hand. He has a great ring generalship, great IQ. But I've always said, from me, because I've worked with so much champions and so much top prospects, that I'm able to adapt. That's something that nobody could take from me. That's something that a lot of people don't give me credit for. I've been with so much champions in the ring that, I know for a fact that when I get in there with somebody that has as much talent as me or even more, the best David Benavidez comes out and the monster really comes out. So that's why I talk about all these fights, that I'm not scared of none of these fights, and I'm willing to take every single fight, because at the end of the day, in this boxing stuff, you have to put yourself in a position of stress to really get the best out of you. If everything was easy, then you wouldn't be able to get that gold out of you. You know what I mean? So sometimes you have to put yourself in these in the line of fire, in a position of stress, in a position of worry, for you to get the best out of yourself. And I know I can pull that out of myself every single time. So, that's why I'm calling for all these biggest fights.
Do you think that experience is part of the reason why? Maybe are you like that he's not searching for a fight against you? Do you think any of that comes into play?
I definitely do think so. They could say whatever they want to say. They could say they're not worried, this and that. Everybody could say that. But like I said, he's felt my power up close and personal. I felt his power up close and personal too. But, I got the better of that. I got the better of that last sparring session we had. But like I said, that I don't let that get to my head, because I know I have to come extremely prepared for him. But I feel like that kind of got stuck in his head, because we've had multiple times to make this fight happen, and it hasn't happened. So I think that speaks volumes on its own.
And what about young Anthony Benavidez? This kid looks unbelievable. Talk about a future star. Your son, I mean, I see the work here. I see what he's doing. You put him up at the press conference. Look at this young. How old is he right now?
He's 5 years old.
Golly, he's got it. He's got that Benavidez DNA in him. Look at that.
Yeah. So it makes me really happy, bro, because he does really good. And I've tried to take a different approach. My dad, back then, he used to just make me train like every single day. I'm kind of taking the approach where I'd let him train if he wants. I let him take a couple days off, but we're always working continuously. And he has all the fire in him. He has a work ethic. He even outworks a couple of the guys in the gym where I'm training at today. So he has work ethic, he has fire, and he already has that vision in his head. He put that vision in his head that he wants to be world champion. So for me to give my son the most confidence that he could possibly have, I have to do my part and win all these fights and look like how I'm supposed to look, so my son can have confidence in his training, and he can have confidence in me that he knows that I know what I'm doing with him. So, he's definitely going to be champion in the future. And, I'm just very excited to have my son already following in my footsteps, and, he's going to be the next generation. So I'm very excited to be able to lead his career in the right path.
Do you want him to be a boxer, or would you prefer him not to be?
No, I want him to be a boxer.
Okay.
All my kids have to be boxers, honestly, because I feel like, okay, if you go, let's say you send your son out to get a job or do what he has to go to school, whatever, he's going to have to start from the bottom all the way to the top. And you don't know how that road might look. With me, I know this road. I know what it takes to get to the top. I know how to talk to the promoters. I have a good relationship with the promoters. I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm about to start my own promotion company too. I've made millions of dollars. I know how to work these contracts. I know how to negotiate these contracts. So it's like, all he has to do is just listen to me and train, and we could lead his career, and he could become a millionaire or a champion. No, he could become a millionaire and a champion at the same time. You know what I mean? So I think it's in my best interest to put him in that position, because I already know the outcome. I already know if you work this hard, this will happen. I already know if you don't work, this will happen. You know what I mean? So we kind of already have everything. We see how everything works in this game. So I think it's better for me. It's smarter for me to put my kids in that position, because I could lead them to glory. Also, if anybody could do it, and if anybody could be a champion, it's my blood. They're my kids. You know what I mean? Because they have what I have. So it's in their best interest to become boxers, because this is the easiest road to get to the top. That's, in my opinion, that's how I see. Obviously, we're gonna have to put them to the test. We're gonna have to see if they if they pass the test, because at the end of the day, I can't walk that road for him. He has to walk that road for himself. But from what I've seen already, he's more advanced than I was when I was a little kid. So wow. This should be nothing for him.
When are you gonna launch your promotional company?
Right after my contract ends. My contract ends this year. So yeah. For next year, that's when I'm launching my promotion company. So, we're just finishing up the contract. We got these fights, and then next year, that's what we're doing.
How many is it X amount of fights, or is it this one and then by the end of the year you're done? Do you have to?
Yeah, this one, and then by the end of the year, I'm
okay. Done. And so you'll fight for yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, that's big time. That's big time. That's a huge step in your career. By the way, I saw you training with Damian Lillard.
Yeah, Damian Lillard, bro. I've known Damian Lillard for a while. I met him from my friend, Coach Sam Aaron, in Lake Oswego in Oregon, because he plays for the Trailblazers. He's a great dude, bro. When I first met him, I'm a little embarrassed to say I didn't know who he was. I swear I didn't know who he was, because I don't watch basketball like that. But I was talking to him, my strength and conditioner coach. We were having a conversation, and, we just got deep into boxing and this and that. And I asked him what he does. He told me, he plays basketball. And just the way he carried himself, he's a real gentleman. And he's a great dude. He's not like he's not a stuck-up person at all. He sits there and he listens to what everybody has to say. So he's a good dude, man. He's a very nice guy. He's a hard worker as well. And, it was cool to find out that he's one of the greatest NBA players of all time. You know what I mean? So that just, in my opinion, that just made me gain a lot more respect for him. So he's a great guy, and I'm just very grateful to be around other great athletes.
Massive, massive, massive boxing fan, like hardcore boxing fan, follows everything. He loves boxing, and I see him training sometimes, so I thought it was really cool. I know he's coming off the Achilles injury as well, so who better to train with and be around than someone like you. Good luck to you.
Yeah, and that dude, bro, he's a hard worker. He trains a lot of boxing. I'm surprised he hasn't had a celebrity boxing match, because I swear he'll knock anybody out.
Wow.
He's a great fighter. He's a great fighter.
A god.
But we like I said, he likes working hard too. When he came over here with the messed up, when I messed up, he's healing now.
Yeah.
He ran Mount Charleston with me. So that guy, man, there's no giving up in that guy. He's a dog.
Last thing, what's the prediction? May 2nd, Las Vegas, Zurdo versus the Monster?
To be honest with you, the way I'm feeling right now, this is the fastest I felt in my whole career. I feel great. I feel fast, my defense, and I feel strong. I'm going to follow the game plan every single round, but I see myself with a lot of opportunities to hurt Zurdo Ramirez. I think my combinations and my reflexes are just going to be too fast. So, once he makes that first move, I'm going to be able to capitalize with 3 or 4 or 5 shots. So following my game plan, throwing combinations, punches and bunches, and finishing up to the body. And I see myself hurting Zurdo Ramirez, and I see myself ultimately stopping him. Whether that happens, we'll see. But like I said, I've heard him before in sparring sessions multiple times, and I know I could do it with 10-ounce gloves. So I'm going to definitely be trying to close the show and trying to stop Zurdo Ramirez and follow my game plan. And I know there's going to be a lot of opportunities where I see where I hurt him. So, we're in a, like I said, greatness isn't given, it's taken. So I'm going to go in there and I'm going to take my greatness.
Man, can't wait for it. There it is. Oh my gosh. What a poster, by the way. Beautiful poster. I love that poster. The colors, the painting, everything. David Benavidez against Zurdo Ramirez. What a tremendous fight. May 2nd, Cinco de Mayo weekend. What an honor for you to be fighting on that date as well. Thank you, David. Appreciate it as always. Good luck to you. Can't wait for the fight.
Thank you, guys. God bless.
There he is, the great David Benavidez, unified light heavyweight champion, moving up to cruiserweight. That's 200 pounds against a very, very tough Zurdo Ramirez. I got to work one of his shows or fights last June. He fought right under the Jake Paul, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Fight in Anaheim. Big guy, big puncher, but Benavidez might be one of the most exciting pound-for-pound fighters in the sport, moving up to cruiserweight to take on this challenge, and then says, yes, I'd like to go back down and fight Dmitry Bivol and then fight Artur Beterbiev. Yeah, no problem. I'd be happy to do that. The guy, I mean, you talk about like wanting the smoke. He wants everyone's smoke. He's wanted Canelo. That seems to be done with. Obviously now at light heavyweight doing his thing, and now at cruiserweight doing his thing. And this is a massive deal because it's 2 Mexican fighters going toe-to-toe on Mexican Cinco de Mayo, Mexican Independence Day weekend is in September 14th, I think, off the top of my dome. Cinco de Mayo weekend, 5th of May, May 2nd. That's a great day, by the way, in combat sports. In the morning, emanating from Perth, Carlos Prates against Jack Della Maddalena, UFC Perth. Also in the morning, Junto Nakatani against Naoya Inoue over in Japan. And then in the evening, that fight. So tremendous stuff there. All right, let's stick with the boxing theme. Still to come in about 30 minutes, Arman Tsarukyan is going to join us. A lot to talk to him about coming off of this weekend in Philadelphia. Ilia Toporia's comments, etc., etc. I want to talk to one of the best female boxers in the world. She is the current unified lightweight champion. We just saw her Easter Sunday, the very first MVPW show. There was a great build-up to her fight against Terri Harper. She ended up winning that fight. Now everyone wants to see her, including myself, against Alicia Baumgardner, who headlined the second MVPW show, the first here in the United States last Friday in New York City. She is sweet Caroline Dubois, and she is kind enough to join us right here and now. There she is. Hello, Caroline. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
By the way, you're looking very glamorous. I know you were at the Sky Sports event last night. What was that? I saw you, Nikisa, Chantel Cameron, I think Ellie Scottney as well. Everyone looked so great. What were you guys doing there?
Yeah, so Sky Sports have been known for pushing women's boxing. I think they do it every year. It's just an annual get-together celebrating the success they've had in the year, the potential for the following year and what they intend to do in coming times, and just an annual get-together celebrating women in sport, and more importantly, Sky Sports' involvement in those women in sport. I'm very happy and proud that Nikisa flew all the way down from America to be a part of it, and I was able to be there with Ellie Scottney and Chantal Cameron. So, yeah.
Amazing stuff and well-deserved, as was the honor of headlining that first show on Easter Sunday. For you to be in that main event slot, back on Sky Sports, Easter Sunday, I know that's a big spot for boxing in your country, the first MVPW show, like all the stuff that went into that first fight, and then to come out with the victory over someone that you had a bit of friction with. How would you describe that weekend for you?
It was a great weekend, a very successful weekend, a weekend that, I thought did a really good first show for MVPW in the UK, and it was a proud moment for me and an honor to be a part of it. Everybody loves fighting at home, and I'm no different. I love being at home. I love competing at home. I love supporting my people and being loved by my people, and it was an opportunity to bring it back. And we had a massive domestic clash, I guess, against Terri Harper, and the build-up was great. It was spicy. And I just hope that we put on a show that the fans loved and enjoyed. And to be honest, if you were there in the arena, you would have heard it. The reception was amazing.
You and Terri cool now?
I don't know. I don't know. We haven't spoken to each other. We haven't reached out to each other. So I don't think that it should be about that. I think I have, I know I have her respect and she has mine. We both went out there. We both had a job to do. And, I would never let anyone just come and walk over me or feel like, I would never give someone respect leading up to a fight if I don't feel like they've done anything to earn it. And I know that was taken harshly by some people, but I feel like now, Terri's got my respect. She had a great attempt, and she just was beaten by the better woman.
Were you happy with your performance on the night?
I'm never happy.
Why not? Why not?
Happy. I'm never happy. Obviously, I woke up really unwell on the day, and that was just honestly the most disappointing, frustrating thing. Like, I woke up, I had a fever feeling. I had my headache. It was horrible. I'm not someone who takes any type of painkillers or anything like that. And I was popping them because I was just feeling so unwell. And I'm happy to have gotten through it and performed and obviously continued. That's what's important. I felt like it was a good win. It was a good victory. I think Terri was very negative, and I didn't expect it to be that negative. I thought she would have a better attempt and try and win a bit more. But yeah, I'm okay with the performance.
The way in which you felt when you woke up, do you think that affected your performance?
Yeah, I mean, in the lead up to the whole fight, I was thinking, I'm going to go for this girl. Like, from the first bell, I'm literally going to be nonstop. I'm going to be on her like a rash. And then I woke up, I had a headache, my head was burning up. My throat was feeling it, like that feeling you get just before it goes crazy. And, I was just feeling really unwell. And so I was like, okay, we need to be smart. There's no way I'm going to go run at this girl. Go. And I'm just feeling so unwell from how I'm feeling. And it causes me to burn out or fade or something like that. And I had such a phenomenal camp. I was like, let's just play it smart. I don't care how I win. The victory is the most important and moving on to the next step. So it definitely played a massive effect on how I fought the fight.
Well, I think you know this. I mentioned your name a lot last week, and it kind of started in this studio with Alicia Baumgartner sitting right in front of me last Tuesday. I asked her what she thought of your performance, and you may have seen the clip because I saw you sort of write about it on Twitter, but just for the record, if you don't mind, I'd love to play you the clip of Alicia talking about your performance and get your response. Is that okay?
No. Yeah.
Here you go. What did you think of her performance a couple weeks ago?
Honestly, very unfortunate for her.
Okay, why?
Because I think that was her opportunity to separate herself at the 135-pound division to fight a former champion like Terri Harper. I had high expectations for her, honestly. I thought she would get her out of there. I thought...
Like you did?
Like I did, right? and she underperformed. And I see a lot of flaws within her style. She's young. You know, we have to remember she's 25 years old. She's hungry. I was there once. I know the fire that burns and her desire to want to be the best, to fight the best, but you're quite not ready. You're not ready. And if you want to get that L sooner than later, cool. I can give you that.
Your response, Caroline.
I think Alicia is full of. Are we allowed to swear on this?
Go ahead. Go crazy.
He's full of shit. I mean, we can compare performances. We can compare, but if we're gonna do that, we have to put context into it. And you know, obviously, since Terri has been knocked out by Alicia, since Terry's been beaten and stopped by Michaela Mayer, she fights a different fight. The way she fought against Alicia, she was non-stop coming forward. She got hurt and buzzed many times, and yet she still kept trying. She still kept walking forward. Now we see she's a smarter fighter. She's a more reserved and aware fighter. I think she was so afraid of getting stopped that she's going to be negative. And we know that a negative fighter, someone who doesn't want to engage, is one of the most hardest styles to get out there. And if we want to go there, we can go there. You know, Alicia failed a drug test. And we could talk about performances, but the way I see it is her pre-failing the drug test and post-failing the drug test, her performances, they're night and day. They're absolutely night and day. And yeah, I don't believe Alicia would have stopped that Terri Harper. You know, today she wouldn't have stopped her. So I've got no, you know, anything to say about that except she's full of shit.
What did you think of her performance against Bomi Shin on Friday evening?
No, I'll be fair. I think that she did exactly what I thought she was going to do. A few people messaged me in the lead up to the fight and they were asking me my opinion. And I said, I believe that Alicia's going to start really strong. She's going to look really sharp for the first 4 rounds. I think in the middle rounds, Bo's going to come into the fight and have some moments. I think that after that, I think Alicia will box smart because she's a better boxer and she'll probably win a fairly competitive but comprehensive victory. I think that they were very smart to drag Bo back down to 130. Bo hasn't made that weight in almost 2 years. And I think my worry going into that fight is that making the weight would fade her out and that she will get caught and get hurt and probably get, you know, potentially stopped. But that didn't happen. She got hurt a few times, but she was able to come through. Everything that I thought Alicia would do, she did. It wasn't necessarily a big surprise. It was just, it was what it was. I don't think it was a great performance, but I don't think it was a bad performance.
She's referred to you as a C-level fighter. You called her an E-level fighter. You don't really believe that, though, right?
No, I guess it was just a dig at that.
Yeah.
I think she's trying to. I think the issue with me that I have is that she tries to downplay myself and what I bring to the game and what level I am. I mean, I know we don't always do this, Ariel, and this is the Ariel Helwani Show, but I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
If Alicia doesn't get the Katie Taylor fight, if she doesn't get the Amanda Serrano fight, which I'm going to be completely honest, I don't believe she will get. And if she does get, I'll put my hands up. You know, that's great. But if she doesn't get that fight, who do you want to see her fight?
Without a question, and I would even say that I want to see the fight against you just as much as those other fights. And she may get mad at me for saying this, but it's the reason why I asked her about you here and even in the ring when she was talking about, I don't know if you saw the post-fight interview as well, but I asked her about you as well. And I want to ask you about those comments because there's something there between you two. There's genuine animosity, it does seem, and I do think it's a very interesting matchup. Obviously, her fighting at 130, you at 135. We'll get to the weight in a moment, but I just feel like it's a really good fight, and I don't think that the Katie Taylor retirement fight is going to be against Alicia. That doesn't make a ton of sense, and I just don't get the sense that right now MVP is interested in doing Serrano versus Alicia for whatever reason. I think that would be an incredible fight, but it was more a fight that we were talking about like 2-3 years ago as opposed to now. This is the fight to make. So if you're asking me my opinion, this is the one I want to see, and that's a massive part of the reason why you're here today, because I want to talk to you about this fight.
You said it better than I could. I think that fight.
I could be your mouthpiece. I could be your manager.
You need to be my mouthpiece. I think you've been doing a great job. You know, she keeps trying to disregard me, and if she had it her way, no one would mention my name. But it's you can't not mention my name. As you said, I'm the next best thing. I am the best thing. You know, I think it's quite funny that it feels like she's the only one calling for the Kate Taylor fight, the Amanda Serrano fight. Nobody's interested in that fight. They're interested in Caroline Dubois versus Alicia Bamgarner. And that's because I'm the biggest name. I've built myself up. I've achieved everything that I've achieved in a short space of time. And I think that's what triggers her. I think the fact that I'm 25 years old, She's 32 years old. She's coming to the end. She's trying to, I saw an interview where she said she would love to do WWE, and I'm not trying to dig anyone that's involved in that, but as a prime athlete in the middle of your prime, you're not going to see David Benavidez in the middle of his prime saying he wants to switch over to WWE. You're not going to see Terrence Crawford do that. You're not going to see any of these legit champions do that. Only someone who's coming towards the end of their career. They're seeing the end. They're seeing the closing curtains. That's the vibe that I get. And she's trying to cash out. And I think she's trying to transition into the diva that she wants to be. But that doesn't coincide with being a world champion. Being in the middle of your prime and taking on all challenges. I think she's threatened massively by me. I think she's intimidated by me. And I think she's seriously afraid of me. I think it upsets her that I'm so young. I'm 25 years old and I'm doing what I did at 25, something she could never do and will never do. And it's a shame. I'm sorry that women didn't have the opportunity, but this is the Caroline Dubois time. And I'm so blessed and lucky to be 25 in 2026. Like, I know that burns her inside, that I have so much potential. My ceiling is a million miles higher than what she could ever even imagine. And I think it upsets her. That's why she keeps trying to downplay me and disrespect the younger women, because she sees someone who is there going to take her over and just completely, she comes and fights me. That's end. That's the end of Alicia Baumgartner. And she knows that. That is the complete end. Her whole image is built on being this bad, type of woman, this bad girl in the ring, inside and outside the ring. I go in there and I smash up her face and bash her up, which I know I will do. Everything is completely gone. Everything is completely eradicated. That image has to end. And then the Alicia Baumgartner train comes to a smashing halt.
She says she's a piranha, you're a guppy, that you're just kind of following her, and she's the big dog, so to speak. Her manager, by the way, Keith Connolly, told The Ring just a couple of weeks ago, in 2 or so years, that fight makes sense. I'm paraphrasing. Did you see those comments, and what did you make of them?
I think that's the most ridiculous, ludicrous comments I've ever heard in my life. Like, I mean, in 2 years, I won't be 135. I'm not even going to guess. I know I won't be 135. I'm 25 years old. I'm going to get bigger, stronger. Next year, I'm going to be looking to move up. Whether that's at the end of the year or in the middle or early, I don't know. But I'm going to be looking to move up. I'm a young woman, and I'm only getting bigger. So I just don't see it being possible. And it has to fit into my timeline as well as her. And I know she's trying to sell herself as being this massive A-side, but that's just not the case. So she has to get with the program and let's make a fight.
So you were with the big boss yesterday, Nikisa. Do you get the impression that MVP wants to make this fight next for the two of you?
I get that impression. I think the only person shooting it down, try and downplay the fight and try and dismiss the fight is Alicia Baumgartner. And you can, next time she's on the show, you need to ask her some questions as to why. And if she doesn't get the Kate Taylor fight, if she doesn't get the Amanda Serrano fight, which, let's be honest, isn't going to happen, who are you fighting? Because you can't say Caroline Dubois is the puppy, Caroline Dubois is not my level, and then you're fighting some absolute nobody or someone who's nowhere on my level. You can't play that game. So I just hope people give her put as much pressure on her, because otherwise she would just keep trying to sliver her way out this fight. And there's no reason why to. This is the best fight in women's boxing, and I can't wait. It's going to be a massive event. It's going to be a massive occasion, and I love that fight.
And to be clear, you would want it to be at 135, right?
Of course, I could never make 130 unless she wants to see a dead woman step into the ring and beat some dead woman. Literally, I wouldn't be surprised. I can see her trying to do that, but I spoke to Nikisa, like, there's no way. If you want to be great, you're saying you're this, you're saying you're that. You look at people like Caressa Shields and Amanda Serrano, a 10-division world champion, Katie Taylor, a 2-division world champion, undisputed 2-division. You can't be saying you want to compare yourself on that level and you're afraid to move up 5 pounds. Like, do you realize how ridiculous that makes you sound and makes you look? You're nowhere on these women's level if you're afraid to move up 5 pounds.
And just as an aside, currently you are, one of the queens of the lightweight division. Elif Nur Turhan is doing great things as well. I know she's not an MVP fighter, but is there any interest on your part, if this fight doesn't materialize with Alicia, to fight her?
Yes, I spoke to Nikisa yesterday about it, and that's the fight I want. I don't see Alicia and me fighting next in terms of the
Really?
next immediate fight for us both, which is a massive shame and something that I would love to have next, but it's just not going to happen. The girl's going to sliver. She's going to crawl. She's going to fight her way. She will fight the people putting the pressure on her to fight me harder than she would fight me. You know, it's just not happening. So to be realistic and to build the fight a bit more, to put more metal on the line and give her more incentive to want to move up those 5 pounds, those scary 5 pounds, you know, I'll go and collect another belt. I'll go fight the biggest, the most dangerous. I'll be involved in the most dangerous fights that I could possibly be in. I want to be that girl. I am that girl, and I will continue to prove why I am who I say I am. And I will take on the biggest, the most scariest, the most dangerous opposition I could possibly find. And that's right now probably going to be Alif Tahan. And so I'll be speaking to Nikisa in more depth and speaking with the people around me to try and make that fight happen.
I love that fight as well. There's a lot of great options for you. She was, in fact, my female fighter of the year last year. I think she had an incredible year. Have you been impressed with her?
I was impressed with what she did with Beatrice Ferreira. I was very surprised. I'll admit, I was just as surprised as everyone else. But, and like I said, I think she's a very dangerous fight. But when I look at her stylistically, I also think she's a very easy fight. Oh. And the people who understand what I say will understand why I say what I say. But I'm not dismissing her. I'm not dismissing what she brings. And I think, like I said, she's an extremely dangerous fighter. And it's a dangerous fight. But if it's done right and executed correctly and I train correctly, I'll make it look easy.
Do you think that there's a chance you never fight Alicia, that all this talk, all this time will be for naught?
It's not possible. It can't be. It can't be. I won't allow it.
Big fights have not been made.
I'll do a Jack Johnson. I'll travel all around the world chasing her down.
Benavidez chased Canelo all around the world, and he never got that fight. There have been big fights.
The only thing that I believe rules in my favor is that women's boxing, the pool is not as deep.
Yeah.
The pool is not as deep as the men's. You know, Canelo could say, I'm not going to fight Benavidez, but instead I'm going to fight Triple G. I'm going to fight this guy. I'm going to fight that guy. And they're all big fights in their own right. They're all big names. You know, he fought Terence Crawford, which was a huge fight. And you can't dismiss that. He fought Bivol, which was, again, a huge fight. But you can't dismiss that. And even though we will be sore and as boxing fans will be like, I would have loved to see you fight David Benavidez, but you got to still respect who he ends up fighting. But Alicia doesn't have that. She doesn't have that pool to pick from. She doesn't have that level of fighters to say, you know. I want people to put it on her. I want people to hold her accountable. She calls herself the best, and to be the best, you have to fight the best. So if she goes and says, and doesn't get the Katie fight, doesn't get the Amanda Serrano fight, but then fights some, you know, nobody, or to fight someone who is nowhere near her level, you know, people have got to call her out on that. And I know that's exactly what she'll try to do. I'm going to continue chasing the biggest, baddest, scariest fights I can possibly find. And we'll see what Alicia does. And by that, you'll be able to see who's for real.
You know, Amanda was the first female fighter that MVP signed, and obviously she's not going to fight forever. And it feels like, okay, there's a slot open for who the next one is, like the face of MVPW as they enter this new era. And I think Alicia considers herself that, and I think there's a very strong case to be made that she is that right now. Do you want that spot? Do you want MVPW to surround you, for you to be the face of what they're doing?
I need that spot. I need that spot. But listen, I know nothing is given, everything is earned, and I need to continue earning. I need to continue proving and earning my stripes. You know, I believe that if you are who you say you are, you got to do the things exactly what you say you're going to do. And that starts by becoming undisputed. That starts by chasing after the biggest fights, being involved in the most exciting fights in women's boxing, continuing to perform, continuing to level up, continue to improve my skills as an athlete, and to strive and chase for greatness. And I will do that. And if I continue and continue doing exactly what I say I'm going to do and continue on the correct path, I believe I will be the face of MVPW.
A couple of weeks ago when you fought, that was your second fight for MVP. Of course, the first was in Miami on the undercard of that Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua fight. Now that you're kind of in a groove with them, how are things going? How do you feel about the decision to sign with them?
I love it. I'm so comfortable and I'm so happy. I think one thing that is quite sad and a bit disturbing to see is that motion has slowed down for women's boxing, and the only person I believe, the only promotion that I believe is really supremely pushing it and really making sure that it is seen and heard is MVPW. I look at the other promotions and I'm not seeing that. They're trying, some of them are trying, you know, Boxer, they still have Lauren Price and Francesca Hennessy. Matchroom have some good girls, up-and-coming girls coming through, but you want that consistency. You want that push. You want that attention and that spotlight being put on the women. And right now, the only person and promotion I can really see that being from it is MVP. So I'm very blessed and happy to be signed by a team that see and believe in the sport. And that's what we want to be involved in.
I saw you over the weekend tweet about Molly McCann, the former UFC fighter who has now crossed over to boxing, fighting under the Matchroom umbrella. It seems like you were a fan of her performance in Liverpool. What impressed you about Meatball Molly?
Yeah, with Molly, obviously she started in boxing. So she was a boxer before she was a MMA fighter. And since coming back into the boxing, the first few fights, you can see the MMA style creeping through, and you can see where she's probably struggling, or not necessarily struggling, but she's still getting used to being a boxer again. And I think her last performance that happened most recently was the most natural and fluid that she's looked since turning pro. And she looked really, really good, I was really impressed. And she was showing angle, she was showing power, she was showing spitefulness, she was showing variety, she was showing everything that a high-level amateur fighter, a high-level professional fighter is showing. And I was really impressed with the performance. And, it's hard. I think it's very hard to have to go through that transition. And she's managing it really well. And I'm excited to see where she goes and what her plans and what her mindset is at and where she's at. I'll be really excited. And I will always be following the Molly McCann journey.
Love that. Not easy to transition back from MMA to boxing. By the way, did something happen with your car recently when you were at what happened here? Did your car burn down?
No. It's the most insane story. I was just literally deep in how crazy the story is. So I'm going to give you the short version.
Okay.
I'm going to give you the short version because I'm sure we're pressed for time. So, the Avatar movie, with the blue people, right?
Yes.
So we went to the cinema, me, my brother, and my sister. We're very close. After the fight in Miami, we went to the cinema. We went to watch the Avatar. And on the way, a sign in my, like that sign that comes up and tells you need a service, it kept popping up. And I was like, I need to bring it to the service maybe next week or something. So we park up. Luckily, we parked up in a way that was away from cars, that was nowhere near anyone. And we parked in the middle of nowhere, and it was my brother who was driving. And I hate when he drives like that. I hate people who park a million miles away from where you need to get to. Like, get me close. If it was me, I would have parked really close. And I just say, wow, God was working that day. He was working on overtime. Because if it was me, I tell you, I would have parked right in the middle of like 5 other cars. And luckily, my brother was driving, and we parked in the middle of absolutely nowhere in a car park that was quiet and out the way. We go down into the cinema, we watch the film, we come back, and my car is literally smoking. It's literally burnt to.
Wow!
It was completely burned down. It was completely just melted. I was so shocked. I was just in shock. I didn't even process what had happened until the next few days. And what is even more crazy, the next day I woke up, and then what happened to Anthony Joshua and his friends was what happened. And I was like, listen, you need to it was crazy. It was the most craziest thing I've ever, it was just insane. I still can't process it. And I think about it could have been even worse. And I think if I was driving the car that day, I would have parked right next to the cinema, tried to get in, and it would have been a lot worse. It would have been a lot worse.
Okay, well, thank God everyone's okay. I'm assuming you got a new car?
God for that. Yeah. We got a new car.
All right, so all good on that front as well. Before I let you go, what is the message to Alicia? Certainly she's going to see this at some point. What do you want to say to her after that victory?
I mean, I feel like everything I've said is everything I've said. To Alicia, I would say this, if you want to be that girl, if you want to be the best, you have to fight the best. If you don't get the Kate Taylor fight, if you don't get the Amanda Serrano fight, which I know, Nikisa knows, Jake Paul knows, and Katie Taylor and Amanda knows that fight isn't happening, who are you going to fight next? And think about that. You can't say you're this girl, you're that girl, you're the best, you're the baddest, and you're fighting absolutely nobody. You want to be involved in the best fights. So let's do it. Let's make the change. Let's be the girls pushing the stick. Let's push it. Let's continue to push and break boundaries and make the biggest fight, I believe, possible for women's boxing in 2026 or 2027. We can do it early next year if you're that scared. But the longer we wait, the badder it gets for you. I can guarantee that.
Golly, I'd love to see it. I think it would be a phenomenal fight. It would be a great fight for the two of you. I think you are there. You have earned that opportunity. So let's see how it all transpires. Nikisa has been known to make a big fight or two over the last few years. So let's see if he can.
That would be amazing. It would be even more amazing if Netflix could get behind it. I think that's the biggest fight. We can do a massive card. I've been speaking to Calista Shields. I think we can definitely do something. I think this makes a lot of thought. We sit down and we discuss this like women, like business women that we are. We make the fight the biggest, the best, the most exciting fight in women's boxing. Let's do it.
Yes, Clarissa was there in attendance supporting you. Everyone's intertwined right now. So yeah, there she is. Look at that. Look at that love.
It was amazing. Honestly, having her there was just phenomenal. Having her there and being in so support of me is just crazy. Like, I grew up watching this woman, I was 11 years old when I first saw her. And that's crazy. And now look at us together, both doing what we're doing. And her coming to support me is just amazing.
And since we are talking about MVP and MVPW in women's boxing, would be remiss if I don't give a shout out to Shadeja Green, who I know is still recovering. Scary scene on Friday. I know you tweeted about her as well, but everyone is wishing her the best and hoping for a speedy recovery.
No, of course. Listen, we're all praying. We're all praying that she pulls through and makes a full recovery, and she takes her time. There's no rush. She's got a whole life ahead of her. Just don't rush into anything, and just appreciate that you're healthy. And like I say again, I hope she can make a full recovery and just get back.
Thank you, Caroline. Great stuff as always. Appreciate it. Congrats on the win. Looking forward to the next one. Hopefully, it is that massive win that we just talked about.
Exactly. Same here.
Take care. There she is, Caroline Dubois. Sweet Caroline Dubois, one of the best female fighters in the world, unified lightweight champion. That would be a huge fight, and part of the appeal to have all these women under contract with MVPW is you would hope that it would be easier to make these fights. I could understand why Alicia wants the Katie Taylor fight or the Amanda Serrano fight. I don't know if the timing will work out with Katie. One fight left, and it's a bit of a big jump, but not saying that it couldn't happen. Not sure if the timing would work out with Amanda as well. This one feels like it makes all the sense in the world. Thought it was a great performance on Friday against Bomire Shin, and I thought she had a great performance against Terri Harper. Did she get the finish? No. Did she get the stoppage? No. But still a great performance nonetheless. And so let us see what they can put together. In a matter of moments, we are hopefully going to be joined by the great Arman Tsarukyan, who continues to make headlines of all kinds, continues to be one of the most talked about fighters in the sport today, continues to be one of the most popular fighters in the sport today, continues to be one of the most active MMA fighters out there, not necessarily in MMA, but still active nonetheless. This past weekend in Philadelphia, he competed against Uriah Faber, and another viral moment there, and another victory as well. He's doing it all, and he's back on the program. And we have a lot to talk about with Arman Tsarukyan, so let's not waste any time and say hello once again to the man himself. There he is. Hello, Arman. How are you?
Hello. I'm good. How are you, Beden?
I'm doing great, my friend. I'm doing great. Thank you again for joining us. Sometimes I feel bad when I ask you to come on so often, but I have to say once again, there's so much going on in your life every day. It's like every day I go online and there's more news regarding you, so I had to call you again.
Yeah, you can call me every Monday.
I appreciate it.
But sometimes, I wanted to give you an interview on Monday, but I was a little bit busy on Miami. But now I'm back to LA and same routine, and now I'm free.
Yes, I think yesterday you were with Patrick Bet David. I think you dropped us for. You think he's bigger than us, huh?
No, it was on Monday. Yesterday I was in the garage and trained. So yesterday I just I landed and I called my coach and I said maybe I should do recovery today because I flew 6 hours, and he said no, come to garage and you gotta train with Hamzat and then you do recovery on Wednesday. But Patrick, he's Armenian, and and I haven't done interview with him, so I wanted to give interview to him.
Of course, I saw you guys playing backgammon. It was great, and I know that meant a lot to you. So congratulations on getting that interview, and congratulations on the win on Saturday. Arman, what's going on? Why'd you push Faber out of the mat like that? That could have been serious stuff. You could have gotten really hurt there. Look at this. This is scary, Arman. I was afraid for both of you. Why did you do that?
I thought that I forgot this is Matt. I thought it's still we're in the cage and like the fans is gonna stop, but I wanted to hurt Charles Sonnen. No, I'm kidding.
He said that he had a bad back and actually falling on the cement actually made his back feel better. So he thanked you.
Yeah, I've seen that. Now I'm looking for the office to open to be a chiropractor.
Did you hurt yourself?
No.
Did you try to send him a message by doing that? You seemed a little fired up in the clip.
No, I was good. It was good. Nothing happened. Because I used to jump, I'm preparing myself to WWE.
Yes, I know. But on Friday at the press conference, it got a little bit heated between you guys. So I thought it was a little bit.
Yeah, I wanted to hurt him, to be honest.
Okay, why?
So, because he was talking too much.
What did he say that you didn't like?
Too much things. So you should watch next time.
Yeah, I know I watched, but I was wondering what bothered you. He called you spoiled and all this stuff. Did you not like that?
No, I don't like it.
Okay. So you were sending him a message?
Send a message, don't mess around with me. Because my friend wanted to punch him already. I stopped him.
Why?
Because he talks a lot, so he shouldn't go on and talk about us.
Do you feel like you sent him the message?
A little bit, yeah.
I was surprised, though, on Monday when he was on the show, I said, who do you think wins, Arman or Colby? And I thought he was like, oh, of course, Colby would, he said, like essentially annihilate. I couldn't believe that he said that. He thinks it's not even a close fight in a wrestling match.
Yeah, he's American. He got to support American, And if you ask Hamzat who is going to say is going to win.
No, that's crazy. I don't think he has any sort of connection to Colby. He said that Colby was bigger and had wrestled.
No, he is just a little bit bigger, and that's all. He's not technical. Yeah, he knows how to wrestle, but he's not high-level wrestler that he can beat me. And I think it's an interesting wrestling match between us.
Is there any chance that happens on May 30th for RAF?
Most likely, yes.
Well, okay, because Colby is scheduled to wrestle Chris Weidman. Are they going to change that?
They're going to see if the UFC let us do that. Because if UFC let us do that, we do it on the May 30th.
Okay, and you're in?
Of course, I'm in everywhere. every month, every weekend.
And what weight would that be at?
Probably 180.
180, okay. That's a bit of a jump for you, right?
Yeah, I wrestle 175.
Okay.
So my weight is 175.
How's your finger, by the way? I saw a video where you said you broke your finger from a fan? A fan, like, pulled your finger?
No. I was kidding. So Hamzat's friend came with us, and he asked Hamzat, can I go with Arman? He said, yeah. So, and we were in the press conference, and I said, and he was sleeping until like 12 p.m. And I said, bro, like, what happened with you? Like, why you didn't wake up? Why you're not with us? And I said we like fought with somebody in the lobby or whatever. And I was kidding, like, you gotta be always with us because something can happen. And people like caught it that part and started posting. But I hurt my finger during the training, but I didn't broke it. Just like, when you wrestle, you always like hurt your fingers.
Sure. Okay. So you're all good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. I did see you posted a video blog. I think today you posted it. Great behind-the-scenes stuff. So I suggest everyone go check it out. There's an interaction there between you and Merab, and you said that you wanted to wrestle him first and then Uriah because Henry pulled out, and it seemed a little contentious between you and Merab. Am I reading that wrong?
I mean, so on the camera, he always say, yeah, I want to wrestle Arman, but on the real life, he doesn't want to wrestle me because I'm a bigger and I know better freestyle wrestling. And for him, it's no make sense to wrestle me. But it was pull out. Maybe REF could give him more money. And then I said, Mirab, no worries, I'll give you 7 points and I'll get 10. So, and just make it happen. But he said no, because I'm a little bit bigger and I know how to wrestle.
But you really tried to wrestle twice on Saturday.
Yeah, it's easy. Like Mirab and Faber, I think both of them on the same time I could beat.
You've been the best thing to happen to RAF. I saw you say that the company is now worth 110 million ever since you got involved.
Yep.
You need a cut of that. Have you asked for a cut?
Yes.
And what are they saying?
They're saying we gotta talk about that. They didn't say yes, they didn't say no, so they cool. So for the next one we go and talk. Maybe more money.
You need me there? I'm good at cutting deals. You need my help, or are you good?
No, we could. You're gonna take my percentage.
No. This is on the house. This is friend to friend.
No, I'm good with chat. So
okay, all right.
He helps me a lot. So with my contracts and money.
Okay, I love that. And I kind of feel like your presence and your success there led to them signing Khamzat. I feel like you put in the good word for Khamzat and he ended up signing. And so who do you want to see him wrestle at RAF first? I want to see him versus Bo Nickel. That's the dream match.
Yeah, me. I want to see Bo Nickel as well, because Bo Nickel legit wrestler and now he's in MMA. And then I would like to see Colby Covington and then Chris Weidman. There is not a lot of there is 97 kg, but Khamzat he's not that big for 97 kg. I feel like, but
Kyle Snyder, you know Kyle Snyder.
Yes.
He said he wanted to wrestle him.
Yeah, Kyle Snyder is good. Everybody is good, but he needs like to do like a 1, maybe maximum 2 with the guys from MMA, and then he can compete with Olympic wrestlers, because you gotta feel he haven't done long time wrestling, so he gotta go there and just feel once how it was, because he has a lot of experience from the wrestling, but he has been doing MMA last 10 years.
By the way, I meant to mention this at the top before we continue. Is your phone charged? Because sometimes it dies towards the end. So are we good? I just don't want it to die at a good point.
Yeah,
I'm
good.
Okay.
This time that my friend said, bro, you have a charger? I said, yeah, this time, yes, because when I go to Ariel, always my
always
phone
dies. And then last time you're in the car with Nina after.
Because we talk a lot, so.
I know. I'm sorry.
We have a lot of things to talk, so.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's get into it. Let's not beat around the bush. I don't know if you know this, but Ilia Topuria was on the show on Monday, and I want to actually play you a couple clips and get your response to things that he said about you, because I asked him about a lot of people, and I felt like he was more passionate and emotional talking about you than Patty or Connor or even Islam. And so...
You know why?
Tell me.
He's jealous.
You feel like he's jealous?
Yeah, and he wants to say like I'm nothing, and if you see like offer me him, he's not gonna take it, because he wants to tell everybody in this world that I'm not in his level. He was saying like Oliveira is good fighter, Gage is good fighter, Max Holloway good fighter, but he didn't say anything about me. How it can be like. It's just a joke,
Okay, well, here's the first clip. Here's when I first asked him about you, and here's his response. Have you been impressed with... Because I feel like now he's a bigger star, which makes the fight even bigger.
I'm really impressed of how dumb he is.
Oh, tell me why.
He's a retard. I don't know. He looks like a kid. He's a kid. Like his mentality, he's dumb as fuck. Everything that I saw about him in the internet, it's embarrassing. Fuck Arman. Who cares about him? I don't care. The thing that I don't like is like when they play that they rich and they show all that money, and it's like, bro, you don't even rich. You that poor that the only thing that you have is money, and you are spending your father's money, not even yours. He's a fucking kid.
Your response to that, Arman?
I mean, in my culture, where I come from, if you say about someone, you gotta explain why, right? you ask him why, and he doesn't know like answer why. Am I dumb or like retard or whatever? Like you gotta be. Yeah, someone wants to talk to me when I'm in Europe.
They're jealous of us. They're jealous of us, Arman.
Yeah.
Who's that, Nina?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Please. So if you say something, you gotta answer why, right? You ask him why, he say I don't know. So he's the stupid guy, not me, because he doesn't know even like why I'm retarded or damn as fuck.
Well, I asked him more about you because I thought his response was very telling. Here's another clip I want to get your response to.
He's not on my level. If we cross the paths, like I'm gonna break his job in the first round. Like what he's gonna do? He's gonna take me down, bro. Please listen to me. Calm down. Do your thing. Go to those wrestling tournaments. Do your streams. And whenever the moment that arrives, just make sure to show up. And I'm gonna do the rest. The little weasel.
What do you think of that, Arman?
Good luck to him. So we'll see when the fight happen, and we'll see how I'm not gonna take him down. I can take down anybody. So about that, he's gonna like break my jaw. Whatever he wants to do, just accept fight. Why you ducking if you're super confident that you can beat me so easy in the first round? So just sign the contract after this fight and don't move up and stay there and beat because I'm easy fight. Why you wanna move up?
I have to say, I have great respect for him. I have great respect and admiration for you as well, for the two of you. I want to see that fight now more than any fight in the UFC. His reaction made me want to see this fight more than him versus Islam, him versus Pat, anything. This is the fight to make. This is the biggest fight, in my opinion, in the UFC right now.
Yeah, he hates me because I'm making laugh about him always. And like on the internet, everybody is laughing at him. Even after your interview, everybody is like... saying how stupid he is.
You think so? You get that impression? Why?
Because I just go to the click when someone posts it and see what people says about him.
Some people say he comes across as a superstar, that he walks the walk, he talks the talk, he's got the big sponsorships. I see a lot of support for him too.
Yeah. He has his own fan base, but like he feels he behaves like he's untouchable and like he's superstar, but he's not. And I'm gonna bring him back on the earth.
Do you think if he beats Justin Gaethje on June 14th, do you think he will accept the fight against you?
No, he's gonna move up.
Really? Is that what you know or what you feel?
Feel.
What do you think the UFC wants?
UFC wants probably him to move up as well.
Why?
For the big fight versus Islam Makhachev.
You don't think they think your fight is as big?
I mean, it's good for Tapuria's legacy. If he beat Islam, he gets 3 belts.
Mm-hmm. I think your fight against him would be gigantic.
Yeah, about trash talk, everything, it's going to be way bigger than Islam fight, 100%.
Yes. So what do you think? You think when you fight for the belt, it will be a vacant title?
99.9%.
Come on, this upsets me.
Yeah, but even he told you that he wants to move up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Could you imagine you versus him at Madison Square Garden in November?
Yeah. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be huge, yeah. And I'm so excited for my next fight. And if he's gonna move up, it's okay. He's gonna move up, and Islam gonna kick his ass, and he's gonna come down, and then kick his ass, and the UFC just release him.
No, they're not gonna release him.
Why not if we gonna kick his ass?
You think no chance against Islam?
Him? No, zero.
I think he said he wanted to submit him.
Submit Islam. Yeah, knocked out Islam is way more he has more chance than submit Islam. I think Habib cannot even submit Islam.
To his credit, he did say when I asked him, when they were talking about him moving up, that he wasn't going to vacate the title. And so it sounds like he doesn't want to do that.
We'll see, or we'll see. Like after his, maybe I'll fight him. Who knows? Maybe Justin Gaethje get hurt, and I'll jump in and kick his ass. And I'm gonna ruin his whole plans.
You mean June 14th?
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
Never know what happened.
I know. We're getting close, but we're still 2 months away, essentially.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'm doing what I'm doing. I do my streams, my wrestlings, and then when times come, I'll show everybody what's my level, and I just can't wait, to show everybody that he's nothing against me.
Do you have a deadline? Like, I'm not going to accept if it's like a week out or 2 weeks out. Once some time passes, you're out for the June 14th one as the quote unquote backup option.
Before 1 week, I'll be ready.
Wow. But you're not going to travel there.
I'm going to travel there.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Are you going to weigh in?
No, I don't want to weigh in.
But you'll be there just in case.
Yeah, just in case I'll be there.
God.
Who knows?
Who knows?
So maybe, I gotta be ready, and I'll be in shape, and I'm gonna cut my weight. I mean, not my weight. I'll be on the diet, and be ready just in case. But it's a big fight, big opportunity for me. Never know what happened.
Do you think that that's your best bet of getting him? A situation like that where the opponent falls out?
No, I think I'm gonna get him soon. If he's not gonna move up, he's gotta fight with me. So they're not gonna put against Charles again. They're not gonna put who else? Benoit Saint-Denis. I'm the next for the title.
One last clip I wanted to play for you. I asked him about the interaction that you guys had in Las Vegas. He tweeted the video. Here's his take on what transpired between you two.
He tweets something and tweet or something like, if I see you the next time, I do this or that. Like, you know how they play they all gangsters. And when we cross the paths, they are like, oh, how are you? All good. They smile. They like humble. But in Twitter, everyone is a gangster. Oh, let's solve this in the street and all that. Bro, I'm a professional athlete. I'm not a street fighter. I'm not a gangster.
And so you think this is all just kind of for show?
I don't know if it's for show. I think it's because they are dumb as fuck.
So he's saying that I tweet something, that I'm going to do something. It was before Oliveira fight. I haven't tweeted about him anything that I'm going to do something on him. And when I meet him, he said he slapped me, but it never happened. He just lied. He lies, and he lied. And about that, I'm a gangster on the Twitter. I'm not a gangster, I'm the man. But he is not. He shaves his ass. He shaves his arms, legs. At least I'm a man. I don't do that.
How do you know that he does that?
I mean, if you see his videos, he has no hair on his legs. You think he's gonna have a hair on his ass?
I don't know. I never thought of that, to be honest.
Yeah, but he should go to Georgia instead of Miami. He had bad experience in Miami. He should go to Georgia and stay there and walk around with good men. In Georgia is different level men.
Is that part of the reason why you have the friction with Merab? Because of his relationship with Ilya?
No, I'm cool with Merab.
All right.
Yeah.
Golly.
Merab doesn't shave his ass, so.
I mean, you never know.
No, he has hair on his arms and legs.
So that's the telltale sign. If someone shaves their arm and chest too?
Where we came from, yes.
Yeah. Shave their
Where
arm.
we came from, yeah.
Okay.
So only like Armenians, Georgians, they know that.
This fight has to happen. I'm sorry.
We leave that for girls, you know.
I don't think many girls do that, right?
No, for girls it's good. For men, I don't know.
Golly, this has to happen. When's the last time you saw him? Was it in that room there
when he slapped me last time?
Right. That was the last time.
Why he didn't tell? Like you really slapped Arman? Why he didn't tell it? Why you didn't ask that?
Well, I asked about the interaction and the tweet and the video.
Why he didn't tell you that he slapped me?
I don't know.
Oh my God. Yeah. So he should definitely go to Georgia and live there instead of Miami. Yeah.
This needs to happen. Now, as an aside, what's going on with you and Ryan Garcia? Because I saw the video. You told him, hey, if you can take down one of your friends with a body punch, $40K. He did it once, unsuccessful. He gave you the $40K. And what happened then? He wants it back? What's going on?
Yeah, so my friend was there. He wanted to try it on me. I said, bro, like $40K for me, it's nothing. Double it, and I'll take your punch easy. He said, no, I'm not rich like you. This, that. And then I said, if you want, I have a friend. He's next to me. Oh, he said, yeah, let's do it. And then, yeah, he couldn't drop him. And then I took the $40K, and his friend said, let me count. Here is more than $40K. And I said, okay. They came back without money, and I said, where's my money? He said, I swear, bro, I'm going to wire you. I said, okay. And then he didn't wire me. I just called and asked. And he said it was like a stream, you know. We always do on the stream like these things. I said, okay, no problem. And then second one, why he's asking why you didn't tell me that you guy a professional boxer. Yeah, so.
And so I think he's tweeted some stuff about you, but then he deleted it.
Yeah, he tweeted that he want 8 rounds. He's gonna pay me $100K.
These are the tweets, by the way.
Yeah, but like, for example, he's professional boxer. How you can tell 8 rounds with the MMA fighter? I need like 1 round in MMA, not even round, 1 minute to just choke him out and like kick him, knock him out with my legs. And I said, if you want, I'll pay you $1 million if you survive 1 round in MMA.
So I think he wants to box you 8 rounds.
Yeah, he wants to box me if I survive 8 rounds.
Yeah. You saying 1 round in MMA?
Give me $100K, but $100K is nothing. I told him like I'll pay you $1 million if you survive with me 1 round in MMA.
Yeah, and has he responded to that?
Not yet.
So when you guys were together, I saw you, him, Ashton Hall. It seemed like you guys were kind of friendly. You were boys. Now it seems like it's turned a bit.
No, I mean, it's always still good.
Look at you guys right here. There's the money.
Yeah. Where's the? This is the money, and then they said we gotta count. Here's more than $40K.
Really?
I'm a stupid that I didn't take right away.
So you left the money there?
No, listen. That I was holding money.
Yeah.
His guy said, bro, here's more than $40K. Let me go count, and then I come back. He came back without money. I said, where's the money? And Ryan said, bro, we need this cash. I'll wire you tonight.
Wow. Okay. Sorry. Now I understand. Oh, wow. So you got nothing.
Yeah, 0.
Oh, that's not cool.
Now excuses that it was a stream, and second, it's because my guy was a professional boxer.
Okay. And you want your money?
No, I don't want anything.
Oh, okay.
I leave him. Yeah, we do something different maybe.
Like what?
I don't know. We box.
Okay. Who's your friend? The guy who took the body punch? He looked like he was in shape.
I mean, he hasn't boxed long time. He used to be a professional boxer, so now he just a good friend of mine.
Okay.
My brother.
You liked Ashton Hall? I saw you guys wrestling together and training together.
Yeah. So fun.
Man, You're just with everyone. Every time I turn, you're doing like cooking influencer videos now. I saw you with the one guy who's doing the, you know that?
Albert. Yeah,
What?
so good. So when I was cutting my weight, always I was watching these videos and I said I want to try same. So when I have time, I do this. So I like it. And the best part, we cook and then I eat.
Oh my gosh, look at that. That's fantastic. So are you just hitting these guys up? How's this happening? How are you with every single like major streamer? And like every time, oh, there's Arman doing this. Who's doing this for you? Who's reaching out to these people, or are they reaching out to you?
Ryan reached me out. I met at the Ryan place, Ashton. Oh no, I met Ashton on the street just randomly, and I said, "Let's make it happen together." And Albert, he texted me, "Let's make it something happen," and like mostly like just happen natural, or someone reach out, or I reach out.
Incredible. Now there's the good and there's the bad, because then last week I see Arman's getting kicked off of a flight. What the hell? Yeah. What happened here, Arman? Tell us the story.
So I'm the guy, I never start first something, you know, I'm always like respectful to everybody, you know, it doesn't matter who is that, workers, cleaners, or like a boss, I treat everybody same. And when you fly in the business class, every the workers in the plane, they talk to you different. They're like, you want a water, this, that, you cold, you good, what do you want? But when you fly in economy class, they treat you like a shit. They don't even talk to you. And my team was flying economy class, and I said, okay, I'll go with them. You know, it's gonna be fair if we're like 12 people, and like there is no business class that in this plane so much. So that's why we flew all together in the economy class, and it was like a three seats empty. And I asked, "Can I sit here?" She said, "No, go on your seat." And I said, "Why you rude?" And she says, when I said why you why you rude, and she said, "Go on your seat. I told you." Okay, and I sit on the different seat because it was empty as well. But and then my friend Pucho answered the call, and my friend, his table was open, and they just told those three gotta go out from the plane from nothing. She didn't come and tell me, "Oh, listen, you gotta go and sit on your seat." She didn't tell me anything. They just kicked us out. We didn't argue. We didn't talk about that. Just they just turned the plane back and then kicked us out.
I know you have fire in you. Were you raging inside? How were you reacting to all of this?
I said, fuck it. I just leave and get the private jet and fly.
You weren't upset? You didn't feel disrespected or embarrassed? Here you are going on the private plane, obviously a better experience, but everyone filming, looking at you, you weren't embarrassed by that or upset by it?
No, I don't care. I just you know, so when you have money, when you fly business class, they treat you like a king. But if you don't have money, you're in economy class, they treat you like a shit. You know, that's the worst thing in this life. You know, I hate this shit.
Mm-hmm.
This is the worst thing ever. And but on my mind, I treat everybody same, no matter who is what car they drive or like where they work and that's why I was like so sad that can't imagine like the other guys, they got so much that they got same treatment. They got the same like me, you know, always in the plane in economy class.
They issued a statement saying on April 16th, American Airlines Flight 513 returned to the gate at LAX for customers who refuse to follow federal regulations. Safety is our top priority, and we expect our customers to comply with crew member instructions while on board our aircraft, which include staying seated while the aircraft is taxiing. So that's their response. We
were filming from second one and until I get out. We just don't want to argue with them. No point. I had 2 camera guys over there. From second one until second, like until I kicked out and I went from the plane and I left plane.
Initially, the story was that you wouldn't get off your phone, but that seems.
No, I thought it's because of phone, because I was on my phone.
Yeah.
And my friend asked me why you leaving? I don't know, probably because of phone, because I was on my phone. I don't know, because of that we were standing.
Have you talked
we
to
were
them?
Staying.
Any
No.
apology or anything like that?
So when they kicked out from the plane, people came and started filming, taking picture with me, and they understood that I'm a famous guy.
Uh-oh.
And they said, sorry for that. Can we put you on the second flight and we just pay for your next flight? I said, no, fuck you, I'm leaving.
You just got a private plane. Why didn't you just fly the private plane to begin with?
I wanted to do that, and then I said, okay, just to be humble, fly with my whole team, and
no
because
more.
we had 15 people.
Yeah.
So, and private jet, 10 people at least, 12, 13. You gotta get a Boeing for 15 people,
What's that cost?
50,000.
Golly.
Yeah, and it's with discount, I guess, because it's approximately 70,000.
Wow.
I mean, good jet, that
Sure.
you can sleep with the bed.
I saw you with the bed, but you jumped on the bed with the shoes on, Arman.
With flip-flops.
There were flip-flops?
I mean, you pay 50K, well, you can do whatever you want.
Look. What are you wearing here? Oh, okay. Oh, wait.
Oh, no, I took it out.
You took it off? You're too slick, because I was like, there's no way Arman's jumping on the bed with shoes.
Yeah. So.
Man, must be nice.
Yeah, I mean, when you have money, it's okay. Like Ilya said, my father's money.
Yeah.
Spending my father's money. If Ilya needs, no problem. We can send him money as well. So don't be jealous, brother.
And what about that new Rolls Royce you got? I saw that one. Right? Is that a new purchase?
Yeah, new Rolls Royce, but I'm sending it to Russia.
Okay. So you bought this?
Yeah.
And you're sending it to Russia?
Yeah.
Why?
Because in Russia I need this car. in LA and in Miami, a lot of Rolls Royce who drives in Russia. Not, in my city where I live, not a lot of.
Does that make you stick out, to be in Russia where you live, driving a Rolls Royce?
I just like Rolls Royce. Why not? Because my father told me maybe 10 years ago, and I just asked him, why you buy for us the good cars and you don't buy it for yourself? And he said, when I wanted to buy good cars, I didn't have money. So, but now I'm he was maybe 40 something, and he said, right now I don't want that cars anymore, and you just enjoy it instead of me. So, and I feel same. When I was 18, 20, I wanted different things. Now I'm 30, almost 30, and I want already different things. But when I'm gonna be 40 years old or 50 years old, I'm not gonna need these cars anymore. That's why. So if you have money, enjoy it.
Well said. I'm going to ask you about a couple more, and then I'll let you go. What happened to the Dylan Dennis match that we thought was going to happen, then didn't happen in early April? What happened?
So they told me Dylan Dennis, April 8th. I said yes. Dylan Dennis said yes, and then they couldn't pay as much as I wanted.
Okay. Do you think it may happen in the future with Hype?
If they pay me good money, yes. I don't want to go there. Now I'm making money, so I don't want to just go there just for fun,
Is your RAF payments, are they getting close to your UFC payments?
Yes.
Wow. So this is great for you.
Yeah, it's the best.
And you don't have to fight. You don't have to get punched in the face. You can fight every month.
Yeah, but I enjoy fighting.
Of course.
I don't like cutting weight, but I enjoy fighting. So fight excited me more than RAF. So UFC, for me, it's more exciting.
And I saw Claudia Gadelia of UFC BJJ said they were talking about you versus Mikey Musumeci. Is that a real thing?
Yeah, it's a real thing. It's going to be in August or September.
Wow.
Because yeah. So I want to do that, and yeah, but we still I gotta do one grappling before him, because this is the new rules. I gotta see how it works.
So the next time we see you, May 30th, maybe?
May 30th, and and maybe UFC BJJ, and then UFC, and then WC WWE, and then.
Oh, you want to do that too? Are you talking to them?
WWE?
Yeah. You'd be great.
That's my goal, like jump from to the fans or do crazy things.
You'd be a great heel. You're like the Armenian Ric Flair. You know Ric Flair with the limousines and the jets. You know Ric Flair. You don't know Ric Flair?
No, who's that?
Armin, are you serious? He's one of
Maybe if I see his picture, yeah. I might know him.
The blonde hair in the limos and the jets, the Rolexes, the women. He's one of the greatest professional wrestlers of all time. You're the Armenian version of him.
Yeah, that will leave after UFC.
Okay.
Yeah, so right now my goal is UFC, and I wake up with thinking what I'm gonna get my next fight, and go to bed thinking about UFC as well. That's UFC motivate me more than everything in this life right now. And I just don't wanna be like just a champion. I wanna be the best UFC fighter, pound for pound fighter.
Do you feel like the clock is ticking? You're in your prime, and you still haven't fought for the belt.
I mean, I'm 29, so I got 7 years. For 7 years, you can make a bunch of money, get a lot of belts, and then retire.
You want to be done at 36?
37. Yeah, 8 years.
Why 37?
I feel like 37 is good time to go and start to do a WWE.
Okay. Have you talked to them yet?
Or a movie, so we'll see.
Have you talked to WWE yet?
No, but I'm going to be in movie, most likely.
When?
This summer.
With Jackie Chan?
Yeah.
What? Doing what? What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm going to fight with Jackie Chan.
Wow. How did that happen?
They just offered me. It's a short, so I cannot like do like a 1 month or something. I can go like 4 or 5 days maximum and do filming and then go back to train.
By the way, this is Ric Flair. This picture here, I want to show you. That's right. You know this guy?
Oh yeah, I've seen him.
That's you. You're the Armenian Ric Flair. By the way, also I just wanted to ask another feud that you have. You and Dave's Hot Chicken seem to be feuding because I saw you now with another chicken company with the Saad's Chicken. So what happened?
Yeah.
No more Dave's. Now you're with Assad.
No more Dave's Hot Chicken. Now I'm trying everybody.
Okay.
So and for whole year I'm gonna try every fried chicken and all junk food and pick one and get a year contract.
I respect it. You're doing work. You're eating. This is great. How's Hamzat doing? How's he looking? How's he feeling?
Hamzat doing great. We just trained yesterday. Today he just recovery all day, and he's good. You know, camp is going good, and everybody is excited.
Will you be in his corner?
Most likely, yes.
Okay.
But it's up to them. So
of course. Well, tell him I say hi. Okay.
Yeah, I will.
Yes, and that's going to be big. Last thing, what is the message for Ilya? What do you want to say to Ilya? El Matador.
Grow hair on your arms and legs. Be like a man, Georgian man.
Okay, that's the message.
Yeah, that's the message.
And
don't hang out with the a lot of football players.
Right.
Hang out with
tough guys.
Tough guys, yeah.
Well, we cleared a lot of air here, Arman. This is good. Thank you for doing this. Appreciate your time as always. If you're in New York, come see us when you come to town.
Yeah, I'm coming with Hamza. It's a May
3rd, May 9th.
Guess.
Oh, right. For Fight Week.
Yeah.
You guys staying in New York or New Jersey?
I'm staying in New York.
Yeah, of course you are. Oh, look at that. We'll give you a pizza party again if you like, but this time don't eat, you know?
Why not?
Well, no. Last time we got you a pizza party, but you ate before. You ate the bad pizza.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah, for sure. We do it from my apartment.
I'm in.
I got crazy apartment in New York. We go there.
Okay, I love it. We'll talk offline. Thank you, Arman. All the best to you. You're the man. Appreciate you very much, and congrats on the win.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. There he is, Arman Tsarukyan, the number one contender at 155. We pulling up to Arman's apartment? Stream from the apartment?
That'sit.com.
Yeah. Oh, he's got to get the that'sit.com merch. He's some guy, that Arman Tsarukyan. Can we do that? Do we have a backpack that we could show up like those kids? Andy says we could do it. I want GC showing up there with the backpack.
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
GC, you got the backpack?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The backpack.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The people show up with the backpack, the kids, and they've got the camera and they're wearing the backpack. I want you to show up.
He's talking about like
cameraman?
Being able to stream.
It's a backpack. You didn't see he invited us to his cool apartment.
I did not hear an invite for the whole team to come.
I think he meant the whole squad pulling up.
I'm down. I mean, I'm there.
Wow, I thought you guys would be super down.
I was just, it felt like it was more of a you guys go and hang, eat some slices.
For the show, for the content.
I give a shit, so give us a fucking answer, Baldy.
I have to say,
so long.
It's so good.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
It's the best.
It's the worst. It's so bad.
I think this is
Fight is a fight, you know?
This one
business.
This one is also horrific, but it's so horrific that I've actually come to love this one.
No, they're all good.
Fight is a fight. Business is one of my favorites now.
They're all good. Imagine he would have wrestled Merab and Uriah on the same night.
It would have been crazy.
That would have been insane for them. Incredible. All right, let's see. I maintain Ilya versus Arman is my number one most desired fight in the UFC right now.
Yeah, I'm into it.
Like it's not even close. Obviously, the Islam fight is huge. I'm not trying to diminish that. And there are some other big fights. What's my top three?
It's okay to say that Islam Ilya is bigger, but Arman versus Islam is
what does
better,
bigger mean?
What you want to say?
Historical?
Well, yeah, and also drawing. Like it's going to do way better as a TV product.
Dude, I'm telling you, by the time Arman fights, it's going to be huge.
No, he's not bigger than Islam. Not even.
I'm not saying.
Not even remotely close.
Everyone knows this guy now.
That's great. They're not tuning in for fights. Like
they are tuning
in.
Him trust me.
As food influencers.
Nothing has. There's a translate.
Islam is.
There's a trickle down.
Is a top star in the UFC. Top, like the guys.
Telling you.
I don't know what you're telling me exactly, but I don't buy whatever you're telling me.
The difference, if any, is negligible.
I totally disagree.
I disagree as well.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
I know you're telling me, but I don't actually believe what you're telling me.
Well, let's answer a few more questions, and this next one is actually somewhat related. This is from Irish Lad, who says, "Hey, Ariel and crew, who do you guys think had the best 2 victories to become double champ?" So,
this is interesting. Tell me, yeah.
DC, Rumble, Miocic.
Uh-huh.
But I feel like you had to have John in there because that was like a vacant. But all right, here we go. There's a few of those. Cejudo, DJ Moraes.
That's strong, yeah.
Amanda Nunes, Misha Cyborg.
Okay, also very strong.
At the moment, that's my number one. At the moment.
Yeah, that's very
GSP, good. Hughes, Bisping. No one's topped Amanda yet. Not. Okay, this is my new number one. Connor, Aldo, Eddie. Aldo, Eddie.
Well, we can finish there.
Pereira, Izzy, Yuri.
No.
Ilya, Volk, Oliveira.
That's not bad.
Very strong.
With the run that Oliveira's gone on since then.
Yeah.
2 straight wins over very good competition.
Islam, Oliveira, JDM.
No.
John Jones, Shogun, Cyril Gane.
No.
And then here's the really interesting one. BJ Penn, Joe Stevenson, Matt Hughes.
Matt Hughes, yeah.
The Matt Hughes one was gigantic because he was like such an
that definitely is like one of the top ones, but to me it's
Connor and Amanda.
It's Connor.
Yeah. You know what's so interesting? All of those are in the same kind of era, and then there's BJ.
Yeah.
From like 10 years prior, 15 years.
Wait. But why is only? What about like?
What about Randy Couture? Yeah.
Yeah.
He forgot. He forgot Randy Couture. Randy Couture, Tim Sylvia, Chuck Liddell.
I mean, that's pretty good at that time.
Yeah.
Like that's up there. But to do what Connor did to Aldo and then to beat Eddie Alvarez, who got through that Shark Tank at lightweight, yeah, that's the
Connor, Amanda, Ilya. Those are my top three.
Connor, Amanda, Ilya. All right.
The cyborg, like it seems like most of those, there's the one win that's bigger than the other two in almost every one of those scenarios, right? There's the one win that's like, oh my god, eye popping, brain exploding, right? Like Amanda beating Cyborg, that's a hell of a win. Connor beating Aldo in that way, hell of a win. BJ beating Hughes in that way, hell of a win. And on and on and on. It seems like there's always like one that's like the crown jewel of it, and then the second one is somewhat less impressive. Whether not in any specific order, but there's usually just one that's like crazy. Man,
it's a good question.
Ilya, Charles, and Volk though is pretty.
Yeah, but vacant title. I like the one where it's champ. You know what I mean? It wasn't a vacant belt.
Yeah, I mean, if Ilya had beaten Volk and Islam back to back, that would have.
But I mean, Connor was.
Conversation
and I know
over.
it was Eddie's first title defense, but it's Connor, and it's Aldo in 13 seconds, and then Amanda beating the greatest women's featherweight of all time. Misha had a great win. Yeah. Here's Jack, as a British MMA fan who attended UFC London a few years ago. I can say the attendance and interest for the real fans has died down. Many passionate and hardcore fans no longer can afford to attend the events and believe the middle of the night card in Manchester was the final straw. My question is there a way back for attendance at the UFC nights in the UK to be affordable? I also think this applies to the US. Big fan. You are a bunch of absolute legends. Well, affordable and like it being the card just wasn't that appealing. If Tom Aspinall defends his heavyweight title at the O2, that's going to be a big deal. By the way, broke the news this morning that Moses Atauma's next fight is going to be at the O2 on July 25th. Opponent TBD, but that's a huge stage for Moses Atauma en route to becoming the next big thing in heavyweight boxing. So it just wasn't a deep card. It just wasn't a deep card. That's it. I think that if they bring... And it doesn't always have to be headlined by a British fighter. I think the UFC has proven that. They'll go to, random parts of the world and have, two guys, one from Brazil, one from God knows where, Europe, England, France, China, doesn't matter, and they'll sell it out. GC, please blind rank, this from Warship, these 4 classic gum flavors.
Oh, nice. Love gum.
Juicy fruit.
Oh, okay. So brand. All right. Yeah, 3.
Fruit stripes.
Legendary. With the zebra on it. 1.
Stride Sour Patch Kids.
Nah, not a big fan of like the
collabs.
Yeah, 4.
5 Cobalt. The hell's that?
I believe it's like a minty one. I love 5 too.
All right. There it is.
You cannot have Fruit Stripe 1. This is your nostalgia is getting to you.
Enjoy it,
No, it's 2 chews and there's no flavor.
Look,
it's
man,
the worst gum.
I was ranking the 4 gums provided.
Pound for pound gum tomorrow?
This is crazy.
Oh man, I'm down for the pound for pound gum.
Fruit Stripe, it loses its flavor before you even put it in your mouth.
You've lost your flavor.
Wow. FTMMA, Ariel, is it lost on you that your WrestleMania ad rant was interrupted by 4 ads on Apple Podcasts? There's no way. This has to be an exaggeration. Frank, that rant couldn't have been more than 10 minutes. There's no chance there's 4 ads.
Give me a fucking break. Shut the fuck up and watch the fights.
Did you do that on purpose, Frank?
Absolutely.
Ironically, yeah.
Yeah, I was busy adding ads instead of putting the video out on Spotify.
Wow. Ali Frazier says Roman Reigns would be a mid-carder back in the day fighting for the hardcore title. Nope. Maybe even on Sunday Night Heat or Velocity, the wrestlers might be more athletic now, but none of these guys could lace the boots of 97 to 205 or 2005, whatever, 2005. Sadly, WWE's complete wash. That's an insane take. Roman has come so far. Roman is one of the greatest of all time. Not just from like a wrestling standpoint, from a drawing standpoint as well. What are you talking?
Doesn't he have the most WrestleManias ever?
Roman would be on Velocity? Are you out of your mind? I know there was one point where they felt like the fans felt like they were being force-fed Roman. He is that guy. He is a superstar. He looks like a superstar. He talks like a superstar. He walks, wrestles like a superstar. That promo that he cut in the car, I don't know if you guys saw that. He's in the car and he's talking about CM Punk. Was amazing. You know what's the best thing about Roman Reigns? I was thinking about this. The best thing about Roman Reigns right now is that I believe everything that he says. I know it's a work. I know it's wrestling. But everything that he was saying about Punk, I felt like he truly believed it. And I felt like it was drawing on something from the past and there was a reason for why he was saying it. It wasn't just like, okay, what's going on with Cody and Randy? Why is Pat McAfee involved? And why is Jelly Roll involved? Like this felt all very forced. Nothing felt forced between those two and nothing felt inauthentic when he was speaking. I know his name isn't Roman Reigns, but it feels like that's the real guy. And that's the best. That's when you're really freaking, hitting on all cylinders. Here's Matt Sned on, hey, Ariel, I'm usually pretty good at keeping up with the recurring phrases on the show, but you've recently started saying, you know yourself at the intro of the show or when guests are introduced. Is that from anything or is that a cool new thing? Have I started? I feel like I've been saying that one for a while.
A few years at least.
Years.
Yeah. That's a Connor one. I think it really entered the lexicon. I think it was the Henry Cejudo one. When he's like looking at himself in the mirror.
This guy's a fucking genius.
Yeah, and then he's talking about what he's wearing. He's wearing like a hat. You know yourself. I think that might be the one. Every so often the Connor voice notes pop up on Twitter.
Like the throwback.
The blue.
He can't do them anymore. Yeah, the blue background McGregor. That was a great time.
Those were the best. Those were the best. The Maradona Life is Life video, or Maradona, I guess I shouldn't emphasize the Dona so much. You know the one where he's dribbling? He's doing the Life is Life, da-da-na. And PT would know this. Anytime that pops up on my feed, I have to watch it. It's the best. Did you guys see the update to X? Actually, a massive, massive update.
What?
I will admit, I've said this about X. I feel like it's become a cesspool. There's a massive update to X that dramatically will change your experience.
Tell me.
In a good way?
In a very good way. Actually, in an amazing way. If you open up X right now, the app. No, this is not. I swear to God. I swear to God. Okay.
Yes.
Check this out. You have it open?
I have it open.
You have your little profile pic, top left. What does it say? For you following at the top?
Yeah.
Next to For You, is there a little clock?
You mean a plus sign?
No. Forget the plus sign. Next to For You, is there a little clock?
No.
I'm seeing a chevron next to my For You.
What?
It must be for you because you're like a...
If you click on For You right now, click on For You. Does anything happen? Just click on the word.
And you can snooze topics.
You can now, it's basically, you can now weed out all the crap. So you don't want Paul
to... you think that downward arrow was hands of a clock?
I don't know what the hell that is.
Oh, it's a chevron.
Got it.
A chevron. What is a chevron?
It's what you're seeing. That symbol.
It's just a downward arrow.
When you click on that, do you now see snooze topics?
Yes.
This is unbelievable.
Politics, Iran conflict, sports,
all gone.
Business and finance.
So this is how I used to consume Twitter, which is like I would create lists and it would weed out all the other stuff, but then algorithms and all that. Now this is massive. Then you look at the top as well. You see that plus? Now you could put your topics up there. You could put your lists up there. So this is big. So now I get rid of politics. I don't see any of that crap anymore.
Any issue with it only being for 24 hours?
Yeah. Why? Why is that?
That is weird.
Snoozing it.
What
like
do you have snoozed?
Right now, if I'm being honest?
Yeah, reveal it.
Politics.
Yep.
Iran conflict.
Yep.
AI.
Yep.
Crypto.
Yep.
For some reason, videos. but that's a mistake.
All videos?
No, I don't know why that was I left the rest.
All right.
It's only 24 hours. It didn't say anything to me when I just unchecked them.
Well, okay. Oh, interesting. What are you unsnoozing or snoozing?
Literally everything.
Everything? Yeah. What's the point of?
Why don't you just not open it?
Yeah.
Then when I'm like pining for something, I'll turn it back on.
What are you snoozing, Rick?
I'm not snoozing shit. Give me that unfiltered.
Stop. What are you snoozing, GC?
Give me that raw.
That's from me. No, and
okay.
me only.
All right.
Things have been snoozed though. You're seeing a clock now that I have stuff snoozed.
Oh, is
we
that
were
it?
previously seeing a chevron.
Okay, the clock tells you.
Yeah.
Got it.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm not a snoozer.
Coleman T, just a good old would you rather for GC. Would you rather run a 10K in peanut butter filled socks and Jesus sandals, or swim 1K in an inflatable yard pool filled with almond milk, but you have to restart every time you touch the bottom? Holy shit. Who thinks of that?
Every time I touch the bottom of the water?
Of the inflatable yard pool.
Oh, what the fuck? I want to run the 10K in peanut butter filled socks for sure.
And Jesus sandals.
That's fucking terrible. But yeah, the almond milk pool, I'll be touching the bottom too consistently.
Yeah, a kid's pool. There's no way. Like you're touching
I'd be
it every
touching it
second
all the time. And
yeah.
It'd be. Who wants to swim in almond milk too?
Here's C-Mart Z27. Hi, Ariel. With less than 2 months away, who's your pick to win the 2026 World Cup? In my opinion, Canada making it to the quarters would be a huge success for them, considering they're playing games at home to a degree. Yeah, Canada has to get by the group stage. Switzerland, Qatar, Bosnia. If we don't end up top 2 there, what the hell? That's a big problem. Who's going to win it all? Seems like France is the sexy pick. If it ain't Canada, I'd like to see England finally win. Football's coming. Here's Sil P, longtime listener, first-time writer. In regards to the Khabib video from a few weeks ago, it's disappointing to see someone of his age have such outdated mentality. I get he's very religious, but those traditions simply don't apply anymore in this day and age. Both men and women are strong in different ways. I doubt the majority of men could handle what women go through once a month and still function. A great example of a strong woman besting all the men in a competition is Courtney DeWalter. She won the 2017 Moab 240, a 240-mile trail race in Moab, Utah, by 10 hours in a race with men and women. Thank you. Nathan, and I agree. Nathan Lamb. Hello, Ariel and crew. Shout out Frank. At this point, it seems that we are expecting the main event of IFW to include Conor McGregor. However, it is a very real possibility that this falls through. Here's the thing. Conor has only pulled out once, and it was due to an injury. He has 3 weeks out. He is not a pull-out merchant. He doesn't have a history of pulling out. So if they book it, and all signs are, I'm the only one that is standing on this hill at the moment. I continue to tell you, this is going to happen. This is the front runner. This is the one. But it isn't 100% just yet, and they haven't announced it, blah, 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 blah. But that's the direction we're leaning towards and moving towards. I have no reason to believe that it's not going to happen.
No problem, mate, yeah?
Chris, Ariel, you bring up valid points about the commercial sponsors and nonstop barrage from TKO. I was thinking about this, and they're now screening gas stations and even the elevator at work. When do the endless commercials and in-your-face product placements stop? In the MMA world, we are used to the names on the canvas, but the Slim Jim tables are insane. Yeah. Hi, all. Thanks for all you do on the show. Incredible listen each and every week. The latest batch of Dana drops are top-tier comedy. Lately, life has become quite stressful, and I'm finding it hard to unwind at the end of the day, constantly dwelling on negatives and finding it hard to mentally turn it around. My question for all of you is, when you go through stressful times, when it almost feels impossible to unwind or check out, what is your go-to thing that helps you? Any advice would be much appreciated. Man, I feel for you, and I've certainly been there. Can I tell you a new thing that I'm doing, guys, these days?
Yeah.
You may not believe me, but it is true.
Okay.
So I felt like I was not shutting off my brain at some point in the evening.
Okay.
And so my new thing is go home, park the car, exit the car, physically turn off my phone. And I feel like once the phone is powered down, I'm not reaching for it. I'm not thinking about it. I'm not scrolling or feeling like I have to answer something within a second. And now my attention is on home. And I'm watching TV, I'm watching sports, I'm having dinner, blah, 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 blah. That physical, as sad as it may sound, that physical shutting down feels quite good. It feels like you're closing something. Now, sometimes you have to attend to things, and that's not always the answer, but that has helped. Exercise has helped. In the morning, I love to exercise. I genuinely look forward to it. I like to sweat. I feel great. Thursdays and Fridays are blessings because that's when I go do the boxing and the strength training and all that. And now I've added an hour of stretching. What I feel in my brain is hard to describe. I feel so free. Like it will have to be something very important to miss that for me. That really helps. That helps with stress. That helps with how you're feeling. That helps with your mind. That helps with your mood overall. And so you have to find the things that make you happy, that relieve stress, that take your mind off of things. I don't know what's stressing you out. Could be work, could be personal stuff, could be health stuff. I don't know. But exercise is an amazing medicine. Being around people that make you feel good, going out with friends, talking to friends, doing things that are outside of what you are thinking about, fixating on, really, really help. So those are some things, and I definitely wish you the best, and hopefully this show could be a bit of an escape for all of you guys. Danny says that he wants a drop of Darren calling Dana a fat terrapin.
That was an all-timer.
Helwani says that it would be disingenuous for me to say that I believed you and Jay Hill would bury the hatchet anytime soon. But what about B-Shab? Is that one that we should explore?
I don't even feel like that's a beef anymore, though.
No, there's no beef. I mean, I feel like that one just kind of came in.
And nobody's a bigger fan of the Uncrowned product than B-Shab. He's got posters of Pizzi and Chuck up on his wall.
It does feel like it needs to be.
Do you feel like it needs to be sort of like
ended? Like the beef is done.
I actually don't feel that way. I'm not saying
things
I don't think
were said, man. Some things were said back
but
in the day.
Yeah, things were said. Things were.
I'm just saying.
I'm open to it.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like that's in the past.
All right. I'm open to it. Let me get a couple more here. Adrian says, brothers, my last couple of comments have been narky. I apologize. The Mike Perry and Alex the Terrible interviews were amazing. Great journalism. Spot on. Keep it up. Cameron says, why does it feel like Inoue versus Nakatani is flying under the radar? I agree. I even mentioned that. Dan Canobio said that on his podcast with Algieri. Check out Inside Boxing tomorrow. I sort of feel like, I don't know, they don't do a lot of press there in Japan. Trust me, whatever time that fight happens, you're going to want to watch it, and it's going to come across as a massive, 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 massive event in Japan. It's gigantic. 2 Japanese fighters going toe-to-toe in Japan with so much at stake.
If I'm not mistaken, it's going to line up with UFC Perth.
It's going to be at the same time?
Yeah, that morning.
Yeah, the morning, yeah.
Saturday morning deal.
Man. But is it going to be like 4 a.m.?
No,
or is it going to be like 7 a.m.?
Usually by the time the main event rolls on for Inoue, it's like 7:38.
Okay.
Which is probably what it's going to be for. It's a dual screen type day. It's a good good day to have 2 TVs, you know.
And then Benavidez Zurdo. Jeremy, I always wondered if you would have dominance MMA fighters on your show after the career. Listen, I have no problem with any of them. It's their decision. So there ain't no ban here. And I don't know why they would. They're not beholden to the whole thing is freaking bizarre. Let me tell you something. I have an agent. If my agent ever said, I don't want you talking to someone because I don't like them, I would say, thank you for your input. I will talk to whomever I want. Are you out of your mind? But this is so old. We're going on 7 years of this nonsense. Come on now. Okay. Breeding out of my Blaine. Ariel, why in the name of post-meal fruit ain't Aljo fighting Diego Lopez at the White House? Good for Steve Garcia getting the spot, but after All Aljamain has accomplished, combined with actually having heat with Diego, not giving him that fight is indefensible, and I'm shocked this hasn't been discussed. P.S. You and GC both got KO'd by pieces of food in the same 2-block radius. Learn how to eat, you goofballs. I think he's referring to you at Smith & Walensky's and me at Call Me Gabby with the lip incident.
Yeah.
It is true. It is true.
Yours, I guess, was more of like a TKO, and like that was it. Like
you got annihilated
KO'd completely. They like brought out the stretcher. Everyone was just like, "Oh, we're worried about GC here. He hasn't moved since the punch landed." And I'm like completely flatline.
Yeah,
it's tough. You kept some dignity. I did not.
Listen, that has happened to all of us. It's actually my biggest fear in life. That.
Shout out to Breeding of the Blind.
And Aljo, I don't know. I mean, he's got a big fight at the Apex this weekend. But that does make a lot of sense. I'd love to see that fight. Okay, thank you all for your questions. There's a couple other things that we got to get to. What about this OVO WWE merch? I saw this drop today. This is incredible stuff.
I need this
Stone
Cold shirt.
Oh my dear. How do we get that? You know how sick this is? April 1st, 1990, Toronto. That's WrestleMania 6, excuse me. Champion versus champion. Are you kidding me?
That shirt that was just on the left, I need. I'm gonna at 10 a.m. I think I might cop it. I need it.
I love
Rhea one's pretty cool too.
I love the fact that Drake mentioning Rhea Ripley. I don't know if it led to this or if that was just the seed.
I have a feeling it led to this. Yeah.
Unbelievable. Look at this. This is great stuff.
That clip went extremely viral.
And did you see that thing that he did with the blocks of ice?
Yeah. Iceman, May 15th.
May 15th. I can't wait.
It's a big week.
It's a massive
week. We could be in LA for it.
We could. There it is. Oh yeah, Iceman. I can't wait. WWE getting $6 million for WrestleMania, according to Brandon Thurston, I do believe, of WrestleNomics and Post Wrestling. They got $6 million site fee for WrestleMania from Las Vegas government agency that promotes tourism, $1 million more than last year's $5 million. Can I be honest? I thought it'd be more than that. That's in addition to the $4.3 million in tax credits WWE qualified for related WrestleMania events. So life is good. Speaking of WWE, Nick Khan, president of WWE, was in Washington today to testify on behalf of the Muhammad Ali Revival Act. And so we're in the Senate now, and Frank was explaining to me explaining this to me earlier. This is the final stop. If it passes through the Senate, it goes to the president, he signs off, and this thing is a real thing, right?
That's right.
And Tim Shipman of the Florida State Athletic Commission was there. Nico Ali Walsh, pro boxer, who's also the grandson of the great Muhammad Ali. Nick Khan, president of WWE, and Zuffa boxing executive, Oscar De La Hoya, founder of Golden Boy Promotions, Olympic gold medalist, multiple-time champion. They were all there. Shipman, Khan were on the side of yay, Ali Walsh, De La Hoya, nay. I will say, I want to give props to Oscar because there was a time where no one was talking about this and fighting against it. And he's put his money where his mouth is, and he's gone out to Washington and he's fighting on behalf of the old Ali Act remaining and this not passing. Ali Walsh, I thought did a great job. You know, this is his grandfather, this is his family, this is his grandfather's name, his family's legacy and name. He's fighting on behalf. Nick, I knew would come prepared. You knew he would come prepared. And I feel like it's inevitable. I'll tell you, we have some clips here. We're kind of running out of time, so I don't know if I want to get to all of them. But I'll just say that I feel like it's inevitable, and I'll tell you why. Ted Cruz is sort of leading the proceedings, and there was a point after the opening statements where Ted Cruz says, you know, it's hard to know who's the champion right now. For example, does anyone know who, the middleweight champion is? And Nick says, as a matter of fact, I do. And he starts mentioning Carlos Adames and that it's vacant in the WBA. Like, that seemed rehearsed. And nothing necessarily wrong with that, but to me, it feels inevitable. It has always felt inevitable. And so I give Oscar and Nico a lot of credit for fighting for it, But my takeaway after watching that, and it didn't pass, right? To the best of my knowledge?
No, this was not like it coming to the Senate floor.
Yeah.
Like this was just a hearing.
My takeaway from the start has always been it is going to pass. That has always been my takeaway. There was a point where a senator from Ohio, Senator Bernie Moreno, told Nico that he had his grandfather's poster on his wall, but oh, by the way, can I get WrestleMania to Cleveland? Can we do that? Like, it just, I don't know. It didn't feel, here's a tweet from Chris Mannix saying, so far, this is not a serious hearing. I don't know. That's my impression, Rick. What do you think? It feels like this is all inevitable, and, you know, the nay side is giving it the old college try, but the yay side is going to get what they want. And look, you know, also, we know what they want. We know why they want it. There's a part of me that's like, we could just get on with it, but it feels like there are moments where the nay side could poke some holes. Like when the yay side likes to talk about health insurance and money per round and all that stuff and more, right? And these are all very valid things. And so if I was on the dissenting side, I would say, so then institute it. Why are you trying to change legislation? Just institute it. Give them health insurance for the entire training camp. Pay them X amount per round. Why do you care what other people are doing? That to me is the obvious one. Like if you have an issue, because that's the focus. That's the easiest thing. This is for the better of the sport, health insurance, safety, this, that, and the other. So just institute it. If that's what you want. If you don't like the current money per round, just do it. Just like you did in the UFC. You started health insurance for UFC fighters. There's a PI. There's you set the pay. Just do it. Why do we have to change everything? That's what I would say. And then there's a moment also where they bring up deaths in that same discussion. And at one point, it is said that there's never been a death in the UFC. And that is true. That is accurate. And so it was said that since Zuffa purchased the UFC 30-something years ago, 26-something years ago, there's been 0 deaths in the UFC, which is accurate, 100%. And in that same time, there have been 63. This is what was said at the hearing, 63 deaths in boxing. And so my retort to that, if I was on the opposite side, would be, well, you're comparing one promotion to an entire sport. Not exactly fair. An entire sport. There have been deaths in MMA. Not as many as 63, no doubt about it, but there have been deaths. You're comparing UFC, not MMA. You're not comparing MMA to boxing. You're comparing one organization to an entire sport. There's been way more fights here than here. So obviously the sample size is greater, but no one's really saying that. And it may not even mean anything, to be honest. It feels inevitable. It feels like this is going to happen. So there's a part of me that's like, let's just get on with it and see what it turns into. Do you feel otherwise, Rick?
No, I feel the same, but not because I don't think that there are compelling arguments, quite
Very
frankly,
compelling.
made on both sides, right? I do think Nick Khan did a good job of representing what the proponents of the bill say are going to be positive net impacts for fighters. But and I thought Nico Ali Walsh did a fantastic job of kind of like voicing some of the reasons why detractors or people opposed to the bill would feel that there's going to be a shift in power and momentum as far as these UBOs and other things go. But ultimately, I don't think that much of this feels very inside baseball. Now, granted, this is a very important bill, and this is a very significant thing that could impact the industry in a major way. But for these senators, for these congressmen, for these other politicians, I don't know that they know enough about the sport themselves or care to dive into enough about these sports themselves for these things to have much of an impact. And this will ultimately come down to political capital and who has whose votes, and those things are established before they even propose the bill, before they even walked into the room. I don't think anybody is listening to these hearings and changing their votes, right? And I suspect that they knew that they would have the votes for this before this bill was even proposed, and I don't think anything has changed, regardless of the arguments that are happening.
Agreed.
So
this is all part of the process.
It's all a bit of a dog and pony show.
Yeah.
And as I said, I respect Oscar De La Hoya, right? I respect Oscar De La Hoya for stepping in there. Last time Oscar was on, or 2 times ago, I forget which instance it was, they had just had that other hearing, right? And there was a lot of people from the MMA side of things speaking. And Oscar was like, people didn't even know this was going on. I would have showed up. And this time, when there was a hearing, he was there. He did show up, and he did make the case. And so I respect him for taking that. But as I said, I don't know if the people who are ultimately making these decisions are really savvy enough as it comes to these sports to be digging into the minutia of what they're saying. And then it comes down to presentation. And I think Nick Khan is extremely slick and did a very good job of speaking. And it's hard to
It's going to be impossible to verbally
you
spar him. And he's prepared. It's just 3 steps ahead. As I've said from the very start of all.
But I do believe that this was already foregone.
Agreed.
I believe that as soon as they proposed this bill, they knew they would have either have the votes or have nearly the votes to get this done.
And when you have the head of the ABC there on your behalf, helps. When you have Andy Foster on your behalf, it helps.
Yeah.
Can I add my 2 cents?
Absolutely.
Adding things to the congressional record is important, and that's what they're doing. Like, I know that you feel like the decision's already been made, but hearing both sides and actually having it recorded as this was the discourse, this is what was discussed, and these people still voted in this for whatever reason. Like, what we're talking about right now is a record, but a congressional record is even bigger. Right. So it's important to do that.
You're 100% right. I'm not saying they should skip the step. I know I said, like, let's get on with it, but no, you have to go through it. It just sort of feels like,
it's academic.
Academic is the word.
It's just for the sake of the process.
Yeah. Carlos Solberg, and by the way, Inside Boxing will have much more on this on their show tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. Ulberg already walking around doing physical therapy on his knee. Shout out to him. Some guy, look at this. Doom. That's impressive. Just days after surgery, right? I don't know. I kind of feel like it's impressive. Like, holy shit, man. You just had ACL surgery. This is wild.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this looks abnormal to me. Like, I don't know that most people are up this quickly.
Walking, no crutches or anything like that. That's wild. Sean Strickland's training with Johnny Eblen, the former Bellator middleweight champion, for his fight against Khamzat Chimaev, which is rapidly approaching. Here's what he has to say about Johnny Eblen.
A little scrapping Johnny. Hey,
Fucking scraps today, bro.
never let this man come to UFC. Keep his ass where he's at. It's fucking the savage, bro.
Dude, you're a fucking savage.
If this man was in the UFC, he'd be fighting for a fucking belt. Goddamn right.
That's high praise from a former UFC champion. What's going on with Peyton Talbot? He tweeted this, and I will admit, I just wanted to make sure, so I did reach out. At UFC, I don't want to play with you anymore. And so I think some people thought that he was saying that he doesn't want to play with the UFC, and then he wrote to specify, I am Woody in this scenario. And so he's saying Woody is being tossed aside, and he feels like the UFC doesn't want to play with him right now. And that was the confirmation that I received, that he feels like he's not getting a fight.
And now he's clarified, it's just a meme, guys. Nothing happened between us. I was itching to fight in the first half of 2026.
Yeah, okay, which is essentially what I said, right? Okay, there it is. It's just a meme, guys. So it's a good meme, by the way.
It does feel that way. Like, it felt like...
Feels like we kind of forgot.
His name was constantly talked about, and now he's been sidelined, and we haven't talked about him.
What was his last fight? The Cejudo?
The Cejudo, yeah.
Kind of feel like he should have been a lock for the...
White House?
White House card. Right?
Would have been a good
American
spot to put
stud.
him. Yep.
I know it's...
Although politically, I do wonder...
I know at one point there was some bandying about of him versus Sean
O'Malley?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Could you imagine? There was some bandying about.
That would have been sick.
A bit of bandying about.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you familiar with that term?
Yeah.
Bandying about. Some discussion. By the way, I just noticed that jersey behind you. Rick, can you take that down?
Just noticed?
I literally just noticed it. I think it was the other shot.
It's in Rick's shot, too.
Yeah. It's annoying. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Are we going to keep it just for the duration of the series until Knicks win? Or is that just like a staple now?
We'll have to see, as long as the Hawks playoff run.
So it's only for this run.
Who's to check?
If it was Hawks versus Cavs in the first round or Hawks versus Raptors, would you have put it up? Or is it just to sort of get under my skin?
I think I still would have put it up.
They've played.
Who was the other one? Hawks, Cavs?
I was just picking some random team.
If it was Hawks, Cavs, yeah.
Yes.
To get under Rick's skin.
It will.
Yeah.
Hawks Magic.
No.
Hawks Bulls.
No,
Hawks
not
Bulls.
that one either.
No.
But Hawks Cavs or Hawks Knicks for sure.
Frank, do we have any super chats?
We do. But to start off, Sleeto wanted to follow up with, what did your kids think of the rap song yesterday? Did you play it for them?
Mea culpa.
All right.
I forgot, but I did play it for my wife before I left, and she was actually quite impressed. I forgot to even listen to it, and then I played it and sent it to my family group chat, but my kids aren't on WhatsApp, and they were all kind of impressed. It's actually kind of a banger. I'm not going to lie. It hits.
Appreciate the honesty.
But I need to actually show it to them. I need to show it to them. What else, Frankie? What else?
The robot Rin, did Rhonda fix her migraine problem?
Oh, is that a reference to her saying she would get headaches and things like that?
Yes.
I don't know. I've not asked her that. Look, I'll be honest. I'd love to get her on the show, and I feel like we've never been closer to getting her on the show. She's been on the show before, way back when. Remember her and Misha Tate back in the day?
No, I do remember.
This is pre-you, even.
What?
Her and Misha Tate on the show together.
That's pre-me?
Yeah, that's AOL days.
No way.
Joshua Audi, yeah. So this is like 20.
Are you 100% sure?
100%.
We might have done a second one then.
Maybe.
I think we did a second one because I was there for one of them.
In any event, would love to have her on. Don't know if she will come on, but would love to make it happen. And I could ask her that question. I would love to ask her. I feel like we're right there. What else?
Banana Breakdown. I thought I saw GC at Penn Station today. I said, hey, GC. And he said, who the fuck is GC? Turns out it wasn't GC.
Oh. All right.
Classic mistaken identity. Probably a bald guy with a beard. Yeah.
Honestly, I didn't expect the story to play out that way.
Yeah, me neither. I haven't been to Penn Station in a while.
Yeah.
Should we break the fourth wall?
Yes.
GC, you could have been
man. Fuck Connor.
I meant Grand Central. Sorry, I got my train station.
Connor came in today and he was telling us this story, and he told us that he told the guy who the fuck is GC to throw him off the set.
Wow.
Not true.
Oh.
Not true.
No,
Don't
not
have to
true.
go to
I
Penn
made that up.
Station. Don't have to go to old Penn Station.
What else, Frankie? What
All
else?
I do is UFC. I was heartbroken watching Brett turn his back on fans and leave as Sean carried the WWE through its hardest era.
Oh, this guy
Any
again.
thoughts?
You know what? I should have asked Rick about that.
Yeah.
He would
Broken with the HART.
It's very clever.
he would have been the perfect guy to ask about this and settle it once and for all. But in any event, no. Listen, I appreciate the effort, but you're not going to change my mind. What else, Frankie? What else?
CWBB333, too entertaining. Can you get Flair on monthly, please?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was something. I'm seeing a lot of chatter about that interview. Was Solomonster in the control room when this was happening?
Oh,
Sure
he
was.
Loving it.
It was
locked
perfect.
in.
It's almost like I set it up this way, which I did not. I did not set it up that way. Okay, we'll work on that. What else, Frankie? What else?
Invictus Films, opinions on UFC BJJ, more jiu-jitsu guys on show.
Have no issues with it. Seems like something that's working well for them, and they're building it up. Look, wrestling is enjoying a shot in the arm here. Let's see if it can happen with BJJ. Happened with Craig Jones with that event, but let's see.
I do feel like RAF has snatched some of that momentum that jiu-jitsu had for a while.
Yeah. 100%. And all these guys who maybe would have gone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And I feel like wrestling in some ways is like safer for them. You know what I mean? It's not
because
like
there's no
armbar.
submission?
Yeah, less
safer until Arman decides he wants to throw you off a mat.
But
I
less
guess.
risk of getting hurt in wrestling.
Exactly.
Right.
Until Arman wants to throw you off a mat, I guess.
Ordinarily. What else, Frankie? What else?
Jake from Windy City, seems like Live Golf is in trouble with the Saudis possibly pulling their funding. Could this be coming with Saudis' involvement in combat sports?
This is being discussed. There's no doubt about it. This is what people are saying. So let's see. You know, there are some big fights coming up. Boots against Zayas, no involvement. Benavidez, Zerto, no involvement. So this is what's being discussed. Let's see. What else, Frankie? What else?
The Juzio. If Poirier versus Arman happens, we got to get Poirier versus Chandler type of promo on the show.
What does that mean, promo?
I'm not sure.
I don't know, but I'm
Just
flying.
not talking shit about each other.
Hell yeah. I mean, I
Mostly
feel
just Poirier, Muscle Milk Mike, who the fuck is we?
I feel like we're doing that already. I mean, we got ass shaving trash talk today.
Yeah.
This is big.
Sure no, this is not my fault.
Like,
here's 3 minutes of Ilya just trashing you.
We had.
Yeah, well, he shaves his ass.
It was amazing. What else, Frankie? What else?
Jesus Freak 131313. Could you imagine a fight being stopped because a fighter choked on gum? I would love to see Dana White's reaction at this post-fight presser.
No, I'd actually rather not imagine this. I think it would be awful.
Shut the fuck up and watch the fights.
What else, Frankie? What else?
And lastly, Ben-XXXX. Any chance you start covering more one championship Muay Thai? There's a fighter who's just as exciting as Alex Pereira. These fights are better than anything in the UFC or boxing right now.
Okay. I mean, I have no issues with it, but like already, there's a lot out there that I feel like we cover. So,
I saw Rodtang is fighting on like one Samurai one. Next Wednesday or something, and it starts at 1 a.m. Eastern.
Well, they had all the drama where Rodtang and they were engaged in a battle, an illegal battle, a lawsuit, and then Rodtang had the press conference. Then one had the press conference with Rodtang. They said it's all good. One is a messy house at the moment. One is a messy house, but I just don't think, like, unless I'm mistaken, I don't know if their appetite is out there for Muay Thai specific coverage regardless. Like, it is just not a big enough sport or industry to necessitate.
Certainly, I mean, there's hardly any interest in kickboxing here in the U.S., let alone Muay Thai.
That said, as a fan, if anybody wants to watch that, I couldn't recommend it more.
Oh yeah,
Muay Thai is incredible. Amazing. One has some fantastic striking fighters. Like, you could do a lot worse than watching that. I fully support that, but the covering of it just doesn't feel like it necessitates that at the moment.
Yep. DC's reaction to it in our video was great. There's some real interesting media things happening right now that I wanted to get to today, but we went long, and I can't get to today, but I'm itching for an MMA beat, or a beat, excuse me. So we're going to have to do that in the very, very, very near future. So stay tuned for that, because there's a few things that I want to talk about that we haven't had a chance to get into in-depthly, if that's the right word. Tomorrow, we've got Boys in the Back, and that's going to be a good one. That's the second to last stop between now and Sterling Zalal. 415-SUP-BITB is where you can leave a voicemail for the guys. Seems like they're still working on what the voice, not the voicemail, the pound for pound is going to be, right?
No.
No, it's locked in.
Oh, it's locked in.
Superheroes.
Oh, I thought it was the gum. You guys were talking about the gum.
That was a joke.
No.
That is.
Is that a Zin?
That is,
or is that
something.
Where's the gum? Superheroes. Ryan Superman Span, baby.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
You guys went deep into the card
Brother,
there.
we are running out of
No,
time.
I think that's actually like on the main thing or something.
I mean, yeah.
Have you looked at this card?
No. I mean, the main event is great.
Main event's unbelievable.
Main event
Love
is great.
the main
Main event is great, but yes. There's a certain standard to those Apex cards. I think good main event. The main events are usually solid, and then, a little something for everyone throughout the rest of the card. And then the crack on Friday, and then I'm back on Monday to do it all over again. All right, it is time to go, my friends. It has been a great day here on the program. Went almost an hour with the Nature Boy, Ric Flair. The next time I talk to you, so there's game 3 on Thursday, 4 on Saturday, and so we'll be 4 games into the series. Knicks Hawks. So let's see how that all pans out. I'm looking forward to that. Appreciate everyone who left us questions and comments. I feel like we got through a lot of them today, right? 40 something?
Yeah, man. You were
I
cooking.
think we did a good job. A little goodbye party for Dano tonight. Who's getting lit? Who's getting lit, Frankie?
Dan is already
Not Frankie.
Why? What? Frankie's not coming?
Not anymore.
Wow.
I have asked Frankie not to.
Wow.
He was like, the gang just seems happier when you're not around.
Last time we had a nice time.
No, it was my call. I don't want Frank to take the heat.
Wow. Typical Frank.
See, I just said I don't want Frankie to take the heat.
No, but Ariel wants me to take the heat.
What do you mean? I want you to be there. I thought this was like a fun.
He's unable. I have assigned him.
Serious?
Yes.
I'm
serve.
What is happening?
I'm telling you exactly what's happening. I've given him work that will preclude him from coming tonight. Thank you for your service, Frank.
This is crazy. I sent a text to Frank and Solomonster over the weekend, like, thanks so much for working this weekend, all this stuff. Solomonster, nice reply. Franks, I live to serve. Come on.
He's doing it again.
Give me something more. Give me something more than that.
I live a life of servitude.
Thank you, Arman Tsarukyan, Ric Flair, David Benavidez, Caroline Dubois. Thanks to you. Thanks to them. Back to our episode here.
I give a shit, so give us a fucking answer, Baldy.